Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is our weekly business agenda. It is Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. We will start with the roll call.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Ray,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have six commissioners present.
Great. Good to see everybody. Welcome to this late August day. We will move into an agenda. We've got a rulemaking with us today. We also have one matter involving consideration of oral argument. We also have a consent agenda, but we start with commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have comments for us? All right, seeing none, we move to consent. Does anyone have questions on consent? All right, seeing none, I would move approval of consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Rocking right along, we move to the docket 250300034. This is a pooling exception docket, extraction oil and gas versus incline energy. Commissioners, this matter is before us today for one matter and one matter only. That is whether we desire to hear oral argument on the exception. I've looked through the docket. I note that both sides requested oral argument, or they sort of kind of requested oral argument, and then both sides requested 30 minutes each. I think 30 minutes is long. Having practiced before appeals courts, you generally get 15 minutes, and that includes Q&A. I would suggest, I don't have a problem hearing an oral argument. I think it actually would be helpful. There's a lot of docketed materials, a lot of pleadings, and having the attorneys be able to sort of summarize their case might make some sense. But I think 15 minutes would be sufficient for oral argument. And if folks are comfortable with that, we would just have hearings manager Thomas uh, dial that in for whatever is our next available agenda. Does anyone have thoughts, comments, questions about that? All right, then hearings manager Thomas, I don't know that we need a motion. AG Davenport, if we need a motion, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just instruct the hearings manager that we'll hear oral argument 15 minutes from each side, including Q&A from commissioners, and just docket that up at the next available opportunity.
Well, I don't think you need a motion, Chair.
Thanks. Got that, Elias?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. Um, okay, wow, we're moving right along. We will now move to docket 250600119, the conveniently titled statutory alignment rulemaking. Um, we had public comment, but the public commenter is no longer able to present public comment, so we don't have anybody that signed up for public comment. So we will remove that from the agenda. We just, commissioners, just looking at the agenda, we've got a presentation from staff for 20 minutes or so, commissioner Q&A on that presentation, and then we'll roll right into the party presentations. Everybody's been allocated a certain amount of time. I'm hopeful that folks don't feel like they need to utilize their full amounts of time, but if they want to, they certainly can. And then so we'll roll through that with the party presentations. And then after that, parties have a chance for rebuttal. And then we have closing arguments. The time allocations are inclusive. So the time each party has includes all of their time for the presentation, their rebuttal, and closing. It does not include Q&A from commissioners, which is normally the course for us. So that's where we are. I've just been alerted to the fact that I totally forgot something. Um, let's bring us back to commissioner comments. Sorry about that. We did have one announcement that was made last Friday, and that is the governor appointed folks to serve on the Geologic Stewardship Enterprise. That's the enterprise that determines fees for long-term stewardship. Really excited about the slate of folks that we have set up for that. In the Environment Public Health seat, Bob Randall will be serving. Bob was a DNR director back in the day. He actually served in 2010 as the uh, lead author of the first CCS study that was done in the state of Colorado. So really excited for him to put his hat back in the ring and serve the state once again. So we've got him in the two other seats that are more industry dominated. One will be Anna Littlefield from the Colorado School of Mines. Anna's got a wealth of knowledge about CCS, and we're really excited for her to be on board as well. And then the last person is Ashley Ross, who was with Carbon America, has most recently been with DOE, has been a leader in the field of CCS for a long time. I serve as chair of that commission, and then Julie Murphy, the director, serves as the fifth commissioner. So we're really excited to have these folks volunteer their time in a very exciting space for us here at ECMC and at DNR as the Geologic Stewardship Enterprise. The first meeting will be sometime in, I think, October, November, and we look forward to convening that group. So thank you, Kristen Kemp, for reminding me that I was supposed to make that announcement. Now that we've made that announcement, I think we can get back to statutory alignment rulemaking. So with that, let's elevate staff and let's hear a presentation from staff. Good morning, Ms. Mercer-Gelman.
Good morning,
And good
Chair
morning,
Robbins
Mr.
and
Curtis.
Commissioners. I believe, yep, we are all here. So for the record, I am Deputy Director for Policy, Lauren Mercer-Gelman, and I'm here along with my team to give staff's overview of the noticed rules. Let me get my screen share going. Does that look like it should to everyone?
It does.
Wonderful. Well, I will get us rolling. Here is a brief agenda. I will kick us off with this introduction, then hand it over to staff's AAG for this rulemaking, Sarah Rowlands, who will discuss EnviroScreen. Jeremy Farron, ECMC Enforcement Manager, will cover the marginal well fee and the enforcement provisions, and then I will wrap it up with worker certification. So, by way of introduction, I'd first like to acknowledge our rulemaking team. In addition to Jeremy, who I just mentioned, Stephen Kirschner, our enforcement supervisor, has been instrumental in this rulemaking. Jeremy and Stephen are our subject matter experts on the enforcement component of the rulemaking. Adam Craich is our drone fleet and safety coordinator. He's been our subject matter expert on the worker certification piece. And as I mentioned, Sarah Rowlands has been our AAG, instrumental in getting us to this point. All of these folks are with us today and able to answer questions as they may arise. Before we dive in, I'd also like to extend staff's appreciation to a few groups and individuals. Thank you, first of all, to the party participants for your input on these rules. We've had some really great dialogue with stakeholders and will address the major themes of feedback we received during this presentation. I'd also like to extend a special thanks to ECMC's QA/QC manager, Mike Leonard. You all know Mike well. He has a wealth of experience that he has contributed to help us related to worker training and certification. Thank you, of course, to ECMC's hearings unit. These folks do all of the work behind the scenes to make sure this rulemaking can go smoothly. Thank you particularly to Elias, Margaret, Angelica, and Matthew, who was the hearing officer here. And finally, to ECMC's director and leadership and entire team. Rulemakings are a team effort and often require the folks who are dedicated to the rulemaking team to elevate the rulemaking over their day-to-day work. So we couldn't accomplish this without support from leadership and our teammates on staff. With that, we'll dive into an overview of the noticed rules. So for each category of rules, we'll first give an overview of what's in the notice draft. Then we'll highlight the major themes of party feedback we received and staff's position on that feedback. So with that, I will hand it over to AAG Sarah Rowlands to begin with EnviroScreen.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to appear this morning. I echo Ms. Mercer-Gilman's thanks to everyone involved, and we would be remiss not to thank her for her leadership and hard work, dedication to this rulemaking as well. Now, on to EnviroScreen. Next slide, please. Starting in the 100 series, we're simply updating the definition of EnviroScreen to incorporate the newest version of that tool, 2.0, which CDPHE released in November of last year. The term EnviroScreen only appears in two of our rules. That's 315B and 604B4, which require operators to supply ECMC with EnviroScreen data. The rest of ECMC's rules regarding environmental justice hinge on whether a location is in a disproportionately impacted community or DI community. And in the cumulative impacts rulemaking, we adopted the statutory definition of DI communities. So that is what we apply in determining whether a location is inside or outside of a DI community. In the corresponding section of the noticed SBP, we sought to explain the difference between EnviroScreen, the statutory definition of DI community, and CDPHE's DI community mapping tool. Those three are often conflated, but they are not the same thing. And this clarification in the SBP is not a new position taken by ECMC, but a response to the confusion we have seen. There's also guidance on the distinction available as well. Next slide, please. We received party feedback that interpreted the language in the SBP as requiring operators to use CDPHE's DI community mapping tool. The parties thus raised concerns that doing so violated the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA, incorporation by reference requirements. That interpretation was not our intent. We are updating the definition of EnviroScreen from 1.0 to 2.0, so the data received through Rules 315 and 604 are current. We added language to the SBP about the CDPHE DI community mapping tool only to articulate that the tool is not the same as EnviroScreen. So any APA concerns about the mapping tool are not at issue here because this rulemaking does not open up the definition of DI community for consideration. It remains the statutory definition, and that definition guides staff decision making. Next slide, please. We do suggest clarification in the SBP considering the feedback we received if that's desired by the Commission. This slide is one way to clarify this change in rule as an option for you to consider. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeremy Farron to present on the marginal well fee.
Good morning, Commissioners. Next slide, please. So the proposed rule includes a revision to 205 to include the marginal well fee. And as you know, that fee was established by the Orphan Well Mitigation Enterprise, and we wanted to include it in 205 just for the sake of consistency. Fee amount was set by the enterprise, and ECMC's role is really just in the fee collection. That includes a fee of $125 per well, and well is capital W, a defined term, and that makes the count of wells consistent with the annual mitigation fee, and also in 205. It's another part of 205. Party feedback with respect to this amendment concerned the fee amount itself. And as I just said, ECMC doesn't have the authority to adjust the fee since it was set by the enterprise. We're just trying to get it into the rule for fee collection and enforceability. So pretty straightforward change there. Next two slides, Lauren. There we go. So moving into the enforcement specific provisions, the first is adopting the license requirement into Rule 205. So the statute now requires operators to have a license to operate. And so what we propose is to change the Form 1 to the license, and then to make the timely filing of a Form 1B the annual license renewal. We did propose a new requirement, which would be the regular attachment of the certificate of good standing from the Secretary of State when folks file the Form 1B. Party feedback around this amendment really focused on folks' desire that the license be perpetual, that there be no annual renewal requirement. And staff doesn't believe that is consistent with the language in the act. And I've quoted it here, which is that operators must obtain and maintain a license. And so we are proposing that the maintenance requirement be satisfied through the filing of the Form 1B, which is a form operators are otherwise obligated to file. There'll be no additional burden on staff with respect to that, since it's an existing form outside of the amendment to the forms to make the Form 1 the license and the 1B the sort of renewal. And between that license renewal obligation and also the obligation to include certificate of good standing from the Secretary of States, we think that will be a pretty good indicator for enforcement staff and staff generally of an operator's sort of viability, or if they're maintaining their license, if they're submitting the right information on the Form 1B, we think that's a pretty good indication of a viable operator. Next slide, please. Moving on to 523 and 525, no substantive change to 523, so I'll just skip right over there. We just deleted some text and created a cross-reference to make things a little bit more clear. 525 B5, we adopt and I think the numbering might be wrong in that section, but we propose adopting specifically into the rules, it exists in the statute, obviously, the continuing violation doctrine. And party feedback on that proposal was pretty broad, and folks were very concerned that it upends the enforcement process and has some impacts on calculation of duration and the NOAV process and aggravating mitigating circumstances. And staff's perspective is that this really just permits staff to pursue cases that would have been historically barred. And I understand the confusion because there's two changes that occurred in the statute. Not only did we get the continuing violation doctrine codified into the act, but we also got a new 3-year statute of limitations. And so there is definitely some interplay between those two concepts, and it's kind of easy to think that that upends the enforcement process, but staff's perspective is that it does not. Next slide, please. So our attempt to sort of clarify is to contrast the current approach with the historic approach. And really, I find it easiest to just consider there is a 3-year rolling time period that just shifts forward every day if there is a long duration violation, a continuing violation. And so that top little diagram showing the historic approach. So picture a violation that commenced in August of 2020 and continues to this day. Historically, with our 1-year statute of limitations, we were barred from pursuing compliance if we did not issue an NOAV by August of 21. And now, because we have not only the 3-year statute of limitations, but also the continuing violations doctrine, you have that little 3-year time period that just keeps shifting forward and giving staff the ability to pursue violations that we otherwise would have been barred. And that sort of current approach is sort of summarized on the bottom, with the August 22 being the sort of 3-year look back period. But like I said, it's this shifting 3-year time period that goes up every day as long as the compliance remains outstanding. Next slide, please. Okay, so the revisions to 525D, they expand the circumstances under which the commission must hold a mandatory OFV hearing to include two new statutory criteria. One is where there is a third violation in a year with a major impact. Thankfully, I think that will be exceedingly rare. The second circumstance is where the director has calculated a penalty of $1 million or more. That will still be rare, but probably more common than the other criteria. There are existing criteria already in D2, and this just adds a couple more. The next revision was an attempt to connect the sanctions associated with one of those hearings to, the existing sanctions are permits, certificates of clearance. We wanted to now make a connection to the license requirement and offer for an OFV to include the suspension of a license also. Now that we have the license, it would make sense that that be a possible sanction related to one of those hearings. Next slide. And that was the party feedback that these sorts of outcomes, these sorts of hearings should be rare. And, historically, these types of hearings have been exceedingly rare, but, we do have two new categories now. So there could be more of them. I don't think they'll be common, but there could be more of them. But regardless, a hearing is still required. So full due process, participation by parties, obviously. But the draft rules were really just an attempt to connect those hearings with the sanctions associated with a license. And next slide, please. 527, no substantive changes. 528, there was some concern that we were amending the rules in a way that would give the director some authority that did not exist in the rule. And if you read that rule in total, you'll see that the ability to suspend a license is still controlled by the commission. It still requires a commission hearing. And so the director's authority remains sort of limited. But again, we're trying to connect sanctions associated with the cease and desist with the new license requirement. Next, there was a proposal to amend the evidentiary standard in 528 from simply evidence being provided to support the cease and desist to what I assume is an increased burden of substantial evidence. And staff does not support that revision. We think it runs counter to the act. In fact, it does, because the act in section 106 simply says evidence. And so raising the bar, and that bar applies to the commission also, they're able to issue cease and desist just like the director, but raising that standard from evidence to substantial evidence did not seem to be warranted and runs counter to the statute. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the last thing I wanted to touch on was the revisions to 528 with respect to cease and desist. And if you look at that rule, there's a lot of red. We really were just trying to make that rule read easier. It was a big, ugly run-on sentence, and now we've put it in a list format in the hopes of making it a little bit more clear. But there was one substantive change, which was the inclusion of this significant adverse impact prong. But the rule, I think, remains as it was before. You have to have a predicate of either violation of the act or failure to take corrective action, and either an emergency situation, which is a defined term, or this new factor, which is the significant adverse impact requiring corrective action. So a lot of red in there. We don't think that it was not an attempt to change things around. It was just an attempt to make them more clear and include this new subpart here. Regardless, if the director issues a cease and desist, it's always appealable to the commission. So, and with that, I will turn it back to Lauren to talk about worker certification.
Thank you. Our final topic today, as Mr. Farron just said, is worker certification. So noticed Rule 602, I'll go through first and then I'll address the very robust feedback that we received on it. So Rule 602B would apply to all operations regulated by ECMC, and it uses the term workers for who needs to be certified to encompass and operators, both employees and contractors. Though, of course, at the end of the day, the operator, not the individual worker, is the party that we would be holding responsible for compliance with the rules. So Rule 602 would require all operators to employ or retain, such as through a contractor, a compliance officer. And then the real meaty provisions um, revolve around worker certification. So the noticed rule would require certification for all workers at a facility working in potentially hazardous or critical environments, including but not limited to workers handling hazardous materials and working with energized equipment. So our intention there is to ensure that those workers whose job functions are most likely to present risks to safety and environment, that those are the folks who are properly certified. You will note that that goes significantly beyond the categories of employees who are required for certification under SB 181. As I mentioned when we were before the commission a few months ago, we intended to present this option for consideration by stakeholders in the commission and asked for feedback on this approach. As I'll discuss on the next slide, we received very robust feedback. We also included sort of off-ramps or a decision tree to try to make it clear that certification is only required where there's a certification available. Where there's no certification, the workers must be familiar with industry codes, and where there are no such codes, the workers must be able to perform their work to a professional level. Turning now to party feedback on the worker certification provisions, I'll begin with the 100 series definition of compliance officer. So, as you'll recall, SB 181 required certification of compliance officers, but didn't define that term. So, in the notice draft, staff proposed a definition of compliance officer to try to establish some clarity. A number of parties flagged concerns with the definition and also argued that it's not a term that's necessary to define. Staff is sort of agnostic as to a couple options here. I think staff thinks it would be fine to delete the definition of compliance officer so long as context is added to Rule 602 that makes it clear what a compliance officer is, which is someone within or retained by the organization responsible for ensuring compliance with the specific authorities. Without that context, it seems a little vague to staff. So you could either eliminate the definition and give a little more context in Rule 602 where that term is used, or you could adjust the definition to address some of the parties' concerns, which were mostly around its breadth and ensuring that you could have multiple individuals who were responsible for compliance with different rules and codes rather than one person who's supposed to be responsible for such a large universe of things. As I said, staff would be equally amenable to either of those options. Now to talk about Rule 602B. So I said a few minutes ago that staff took a novel approach to worker certification in the notice rules and asked stakeholders to give feedback. We received very robust feedback on this issue, as you read in the parties' pleadings, and it was also very uniform. And in that the parties essentially all told us that we got it wrong. And while that's not exactly the feedback we were hoping for, I do think it's an example of the rulemaking process working properly. We put an idea out there, asked for input, and received it and want to respond to it now. And I know the parties will go into greater detail about their concerns with the notice rule, but their overall criticisms were first, that the draft rule was too vague, posing problems for operators in how to understand how to comply, and second, that it was overbroad, covering a larger segment of workers than what SB 181 required. With respect to vagueness, the parties did point out a number of areas in which the notice rule wasn't sufficiently clear for them to understand how to comply. And staff's corresponding concern is, of course, that our rules need to be clear enough for our staff to be able to enforce. So we do agree with a number of suggestions from the parties aimed at clearing up, eliminating this vagueness and giving more clarity. That includes the elimination of 602B4, which would have required all workers to complete a nationally recognized health and safety training program, because parties raised that it's unclear that a program is out there that's actually applicable to all workers at a facility. Um, we also definitely took the strong feedback that there's a need to be much more clear about which workers need to be certified. And we appreciated the suggestion to limit the API and ASME codes and standards for which compliance officers are responsible to those referenced in the ECMC rules. Um, to summarize that, to ensure clarity and consistency with SB 181, staff does not object to the feedback we received that the certification requirements should only apply to the categories of workers specified in 181. I think we tried to go broader, and folks expressed real concerns that there was not a way to do that while still being sufficiently clear. One point of feedback that staff does not agree with is the argument that the operators should not be responsible for ensuring that their contractors maintain records of training and certifications. As the commission understands, the operator of record is the responsible party under ECMC rules. So it's the operator's responsibility to ensure that records of training and certification are available to the director upon request for all workers at their facilities, whether they be employees or contractors. For the record, staff doesn't have a preference whether those records live with the operator or with the contractor, but the operator has to be able to access them and provide them to ECMC upon request. So the final area I want to talk about is 602B6, which provides additional requirements for welders working on flow lines. These requirements come verbatim from SB 181, which was very specific about these requirements, and stakeholders raised two concerns about them. The first is the requirement for all welders working on flow lines to pass the International Code Council exam F31. Parties pointed out that this is not an appropriate exam for welders at an oil and gas location, and staff agrees. The F31 exam applies to journeyman mechanical contractors, for example, those working on HVAC systems, and it's not applicable to welders working at an oil and gas location. So we believe that the rules should reflect what we understand to be the legislative intent of this requirement, which is to require an exam that is actually relevant to these specialized workers. And we're aware of the letter received from the Pipe Fitters Union that suggests some alternatives certification, and agree that that would be appropriate. Because this is a specific statutory requirement, of course, we defer to the Commission on how to best address it. The second requirement for welders is that they have 7,000 hours of documented on-the-job training or work under the supervision of someone with the same amount of experience. Again, this comes from SB 181, and though folks raised concerns that we shouldn't require it, staff doesn't see a similar justification as we do with the exam to essentially walking away from this statutory requirement. So staff recommends keeping the 7,000 hour requirement from statute. That concludes our presentation. So I will take down the screen share, and we are here to answer any questions the commission has.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work by staff here. As you mentioned, a rulemaking is something that is not static, and I think that publishing a set of straw dog rules, getting feedback, and then pivoting as is appropriate really makes a lot of sense. And so, really helpful for you to sort of summarize what you saw in the various elements of this rulemaking. So with that, I don't know that I've got any further questions. I appreciate the clarifications, but I'm looking around to my fellow commissioners to see if folks have questions for staff. Commissioner Messner?
Thanks for the presentation. And if I don't know if it's already in our portfolio or not, but it would be great to get that so that I can review it during breaks. But appreciate the clarification on a lot of things there and all the work that's been done on this. I did have one question. Could you walk through in Rule 525 D4 what the intent was for the specific date in there and whether that date was intended to be retrospective and prospective, or how that was intended to work?
Thank you for that question. I can give an initial answer and then pass it off to Mr. Farron. So that date comes straight from SB 229, and staff's understanding of the intent of that date was just to say that the commission, in considering a pattern of violations, is not barred from considering adjudicated violations that occurred prior to that date. So we were just trying to clarify that point. So you can the rule is intended to read that you can consider violations older than that date, in addition to, of course, more recent violations. Mr. Farron, is there anything you would add there?
No. So D3 still requires that allegations made in NOAV need to be confirmed by order. The proposed language in D4 maintains that, and it just adds that date that comes straight from statute. So what that date means to the General Assembly, you have to ask them. I think that is probably the effective date actually of the statute. But otherwise, we were just trying to mirror the language that was given to us. But Lauren is correct. I think, frees us up to review any and all previous NOAVs despite the effective date of that act.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that, so appreciate the clarification. I think that's the only question I have right now. So thank you.
Other questions from commissioners to the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and for all the hard work done on this. I wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions. First, you said there was some disagreement between staff and some of the parties about the responsibility of maintaining the records. And I just want to make sure I understand kind of what the disagreement was about. Was the disagreement about, as you said, you have no position on where the records are kept, or is it about keeping the records?
So, thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. So there was a comment in Redline that I believe came from Koga. So you may want to follow up with them on their intent. But staff basically understood it to express that that the director should be going directly to the subcontractors or the contractors to obtain records, and that operators shouldn't be responsible for providing them. And I think the comment sort of did include, operators shouldn't be required to maintain these things, which makes sense. Personnel changes all the time. Operators have plenty of their own records. I can certainly see why they don't want to, have to keep track of their contractors as well. So we definitely understand that, and staff's point in response is just that the operator has to be able to have access to those records to provide them to us upon request. They don't need to live in a filing cabinet or digitally with the operator.
So as long as the operator and the contractors figure it out amongst themselves, as long as they can provide the information.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. And then the other question I wanted to ask about was, you said there was also some disagreement about the 7,000 hours. There was initially some disagreement on the F-31 training and how that doesn't apply here, even though that was something in the statute. Do you know where the 7,000 hours comes from? Is that related to the F-31, or is that something that the legislature came up with separately?
So I'll give an initial answer, and then I might hand it over to Mr. Craich to fill in or correct. My understanding is that 7,000 hours is the industry standard apprenticeship time. So my understanding is that that's why it was in SB 181. So no, I don't believe it's at all connected to the F-31. I think it was intended to require that folks who are welders working on flow lines have gone through an apprenticeship program. But I will ask Mr. Craich to fill in any gaps or correct me if I got anything wrong there.
Nope, you're accurate. That's the apprenticeship time for that certification, welder certification.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Further questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thanks. One more question that I forgot. This is regarding the Form 1. Um, my understanding is, and maybe I'm not correct here, but there is already a annual submission requirement for the Form 1. Is that correct?
I'll take this one. You submit a Form 1 when you set yourself up as a new operator. If there's a change associated with that Form 1, you need to update it. But you don't have to annually update the Form 1. The 1B does need to come in annually, attaching the mitigation fee, some other information related to your insurance. So the Form 1 could be static for an extended period of time, and that's why we thought that was the vehicle for the license, because it could just stay on there. And then we needed a vehicle for them to maintain it. And so we thought the regularly filed Form 1B was the easiest way to do that.
Thanks. Yeah, I misspoke. But the Form 1B currently is already an annual submittal, right? So
Yes,
this is something that's already happening.
exactly. And that's why we don't think it's a burden on operators or staff, because it's already required. We did include that certificate of good standing, but if you're otherwise filing your 1B, you will maintain your license. And as part of the party participation previous, I think one of our first drafts said the approval of that Form 1B, and we softened that by saying simply the filing of the Form 1B, so that there wouldn't be any associated consequences related to your license through staff's delay in approving one of those forms. And so really you got to file your 1B anyways. That maintains your license.
Great. Thank you.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, stick around. We're going to hear from the parties, and we may have questions for this group following party presentations. Let's take a little bit of a break and maybe return at 9:50. That's about 7 minutes out, and go ahead and get the next panel ready to go. Andrew, I saw in the chat you were looking to share. You should have that capability.
Let's give it a try. I had to wait until the break screen.
Yeah, the break screen went down. You're right.
All right. Can you see some slides?
Yeah, we can. They're not in presentation mode just yet.
Okay. How about that?
There you go. Now they are.
There we go. All right. Are we ready to restart?
Let me get one more commissioner back here before we get going.
Apologize in advance if you can hear my dog in the background. Apparently it's my turn to be bothered this morning instead of my wife.
No problem. Go ahead and just note for the record that this is docket 2506-00119. It is Wednesday, August 27th, and it is 9:51. And we are returning to the statutory alignment rulemaking. We've heard from staff. We now will start to hear from parties. The first party is Earthworks. Mr. Andrew Forks Goodmanson has 15 minutes for a presentation. Go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to let you know that I will almost certainly not be using my entire 15 minutes this morning, as per your request, Chair Robbins, in your intro. I'm also excited to be back in front of you guys. It's been a minute. It's nice to see you all. As you mentioned, my name is Andrew Forkus Goodmanson. I'm the Senior Manager for State Policy here at Earthworks. Earthworks is a national nonprofit organization committed to working with frontline communities to address the adverse impacts of mining and energy development on public health and the environment, while promoting sustainable solutions. For more than 20 years, Earthworks staff have worked on the ground with local partners across the United States and the world to expose harmful pollution and to engage local, state, and federal regulators and lawmakers to reform policies and adopt stricter rules that put the lives of people before the interests of industry. In Colorado, Earthworks' optical gas imaging thermographers have conducted nearly 1,900 surveys of oil and gas facilities using the FLIR G series OGI cameras designed to detect hydrocarbon gases. In doing so, we have documented numerous leaks, equipment malfunctions, and other compliance issues that have been reported to compliance staff at the Air Pollution Control Division and the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. I'm grateful this morning for this opportunity to speak to you all, and I'm also grateful for the opportunity to provide support for the draft rules put together by ECMC staff. Earthworks supported both SB 24229 and HB 1346, and we're excited to see these last components of these bills implemented into rule. Earthworks broadly supports the rules as drafted, with a few minor amendments. You'll be hearing from Mr. Sura representing Larimer County, and he'll present those amendments, and I agree with all of that party's recommendations. I would like to spend just a few moments highlighting a few elements of the draft rule that we believe are especially important as it relates to increasing operator accountability and protecting public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. So, as I mentioned, our priorities in this rulemaking were to reduce pollution and increase protections for public health and safety, while increasing accountability for oil and gas operators. I apologize, the rules, I have these slides a little bit out of actual rule order. When I was putting this together, I didn't have the rule numbers in my positions, and when I went back and put them in, I realized they were out of order, so sorry about that. But I'd like to start with the annual registration component. I firmly believe, as your staff indicated this morning, that an annual registration is not an overly burdensome requirement. And even if it is burdensome, it's in statute. So it's an obligation as well. The commission has already taken steps to alleviate any potential burden by not requiring director review and just allowing this registration to be filed and be considered complete. And as your staff mentioned, annual registration is an important first glimpse for ECMC staff into operator viability and compliance with rules. Next, I'd like to talk about the continuing violation components of this rule. When Earthworks supported both these pieces of legislation, the continuing violation piece was extremely important to us. As I mentioned in my introduction, Earthworks staff spent a lot of time in the field observing oil and gas facilities, and without getting into any like operator specifics, we have seen violations continue for, in some cases, as long as years. And it's extremely important for operators to be held accountable for those violations. It's as an organization that works directly with frontline and impacted communities, it can be extremely disheartening for those community members to watch a violation happen year after year, day after day, and then see a penalty or a violation not really take that like full duration of their experience into account. So I firmly support this proposed change. It increases operator accountability and is important to acknowledge the experience of impacted people living near these facilities. Next, for Rule 528, fully believe that cease and desist orders are an appropriate step for violations or failures that are deemed emergencies or cause or threaten to cause significant adverse impacts to public health and safety. I believe your staff are capable of determining when that step is necessary. And with commission, and I also believe that the suspension, since the suspension of a license already requires a hearing, we don't support any changes to that proposal, and these two pieces together are really important for holding operators accountable for severe violations and for protecting people in communities that live next to these facilities. Moving on to the ability to revoke a license to operate, some industry parties asked for sort of acknowledgement that this step should be exceedingly rare. I could not disagree more with that position. these hearings should happen as often as is necessary, and this step should be taken as often as is necessary. There are extensive criteria listed in the rule for when a violation rises to this level, when a revocation of license may occur. And if an operator is meeting those requirements, the commission shouldn't look back and see how often you've taken this step previously before deciding to take this step again. One operator's bad behavior shouldn't grant leniency to another operator who's also conducting themselves poorly in the state. So I would oppose any amendment to the rule that staff drafted here. I think what staff put together is a solid approach. In addition, Earthworks supports Larimer County's proposed addition to this rule to allow, sorry, moving on to Rule 525D. The commission should be able to look as far back into an operator's history as they need to assess penalties for ongoing violations and to consider future permits or the license certification. When we worked on this legislation, that was the intent of the bill drafters and the bill sponsors, and we certainly support that. So this is in regards to the effective date of the legislation that's in the rule, and you should resist any change to that rule that would limit the ability of the commission to look back to older violations for an operator. And finally, Earthworks supports Larimer County's proposed red line in Rule 525C3A. They clarified this in their responsive statement, and Mr. Sura will speak to this further. But this is in allowing a factor for the commission to consider how an operator has responded to the commission or impacted communities as a penalty in the penalty calculation. Right now, I believe Mr. Sura's red line says impacted parties or impacted people. I would like to throw out an alternate suggestion of using the affected party definition that already exists in your ECMC Rule 507. I don't think that's a perfect definition either, but it's already a defined term, and it would give you a little bit more clarity in who like communication with whom would be included. So that's the definition for affected party for a hearing. And I think that's my last slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just wanted to end by thanking your staff for the great work on these draft rules and to again offer my support for the rules as drafted with these two little minor exceptions.
Thank you very much. Always great to have you participate with us and have Earthworks involvement. Commissioners, the witness is available for questions. Well, you obviously did a really good job of summarizing your position because we have no questions at this point.
Thanks a lot, Chair.
All right. With that, we will move to our next panel. That is Larimer County, and Matt Sura should be elevated. And we will hear from Larimer. Good morning, Mr. Sura.
Morning. I'm going to share my screen if I might.
Yep. That looks good.
Great. Thank you. So my name is Matt Sura, representing Larimer County. I'd first like to just thank the staff for their good work, as Andrew Forkus Goodmanson just mentioned. And thank you for allowing us to speak here today. Larimer County supports the draft as written with the changes discussed this morning. There are only a couple of issues I want to discuss this morning, and we'll reserve the remaining time for rebuttal and closing. Several operators are opposing the new requirement to annually update a license to operate. They claim it is outside the requirements of the statute. Larimer County disagrees. Senate Bill 24-229 stated that oil and gas operations shall not occur without the operator obtaining and maintaining a license to conduct oil and gas operations. Maintaining a license indicates some ongoing effort. Enforcement Manager Jeremy Farron mentioned this, but I'd like to go into a little bit more detail. Dictionary definition states that maintain is a verb, requiring some action. I think the second definition is most appropriate: to keep an appropriate condition, operation, or force, keep unimpaired, as in to maintain order, to maintain highways. Clearly, you do not maintain a public highway once and call it good. Similarly, you have to maintain our lawns to be a good neighbor. The statute requiring operators to maintain a license to operate can be read to require an annual renewal of that license. Why is renewal necessary? The staff's statement of basis and purpose seem to indicate that at least some operators are not timely filing their Form 1B, which is being folded into the annual renewal. The Form 1B is of obvious importance. Having updated and current insurance information is vital. Ensuring operators timely pay the annual mitigation fee and the annual marginal well fee is also important. Staff time should not be wasted chasing this information down from operators. An online form is not onerous. Lemmer County supports the annual license requirement. Lemmer County also offered a slight modification to the aggregating factors in Rule 525C by adding the words uncommunicative and impacted parties. Roman numeral 4 would read, the violator was recalcitrant, uncooperative, or uncommunicative with the commission, other agencies, or impacted parties in correcting or responding to the violation. Uncommunicative was added because we've seen a rise in some operators refusing to send in Form 27s, updated Form 27s. Surface owners are left in the dark for weeks with operators not responding to their requests for updates. Impacted parties was added to ensure that operators recognized and honored their responsibility to impacted surface owners. The concerns industry had about this language were that uncommunicative was too subjective. I am fine with defining uncommunicative in the statement of basis and purpose or giving examples of uncommunicative or unresponsive behavior. But while we're at it, we should probably define all the words that are subjective, such as recalcitrant and uncooperative. The other concern they voiced was impacted parties was not defined. And that's true. But impacted parties is already being used in the mitigating factors, as in B, the violator demonstrated prompt, effective, and prudent response to the violation, including assistance to any impacted parties. Lemmer County believes that operators should be encouraged to be responsive to impacted parties, impacted surface owners, in both the mitigating and aggravating factors. And that's all I have today until response. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, the witness is available for questions. Commissioner Oath, did you raise your hand? No. Okay. Once again, well thought out presentation with only one commissioner with questions. That's Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I did want to try and make sure that I understood one of your points about the uncommunicative. You gave an example of recent incidents of not filing Form 27s as an example. How far would you take that? So if somebody doesn't file a form, it becomes an aggravating factor, even though that's in itself already a violation of the rules?
Well, I mean, it's hard to imagine that recalcitrant or uncooperative, is also not in violation of the rules. I think that these are aggregating factors for a reason, and uncommunicative can be something as simple as, yes, not filing new Form 27s or updated Form 27s, updates, but also not responding to staff's inquiries, not being responsive in, the information that is asked of operators, by staff. And that happens all the time as well. And in terms of the surface owner often has questions as to what's going on, when the operator is going to be on their property, doing work. And, if that operator is just coming and going as they please, as if they own the property, that should be discouraged. That kind of behavior should be discouraged. And it's already in here, impacted parties. we're already giving them a mitigating factor if they are being effective and prudent response to impacted parties. But I'd also like to see something in the aggregating factors discouraging, not being helpful or responsive to impacted parties or surface owners.
Okay. And then I guess one additional clarifying question as well. Would you consider the communication aspect of what you're talking about part of the cooperative aspect of what you're talking about, or do you foresee those as separate?
It certainly could be rolled into there. And if I was to eliminate any part of what I'm proposing, uncommunicative could be rolled into uncooperative. I still feel like impacted parties is necessary in this rule 525C3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Stick around. You've got time for rebuttal and closing. We will now turn to the Western Rural Local Government Coalition and Kirby Wynn.
Okay, looks like I've got my panelists set up. You hear me fine, I presume?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Perfect. Okay. I'll try to be as brief as I can here. Again, my name is Kirby Wynn. I'm the Oil and Gas Liaison for Garfield County. I'm here today on behalf of the Western Rural Local Government Coalition, a group of 23 local governments across rural, eastern, and western Colorado. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, the chair, and commissioners. We definitely support responsible energy development that safeguards health, safety, and environment and wildlife while recognizing, and we hope you do too, that stable, economically viable operations are essential to funding local services and special districts to our more rural areas of Colorado. Our comments today focus on just a few critical fixes we believe are needed. And while Jumper LG keeps its comments at a higher level, I will state up front, we do align closely with COGA and West Slope COGA on some of the technical solutions that they've outlined. Their red lines, their filed statements, we believe provide some important detail for you to consider. I'll reference them as supporting justification for our specific WRLG asks of you, the commission. The first item is the annual license renewal, Rule 205C, I believe. Our ask is to remove the annual renewal, keep the license as valid unless abandoned or revoked by the commission. We just oppose the annual operator license renewal. Nothing in the statute seems to require it. I hear shades of gray, people saying otherwise, but it doesn't seem like it is. An operator could suddenly become unlicensed over a late filing or some other factor that doesn't really speak to safety or protection of the environment. So that creates risks of enforcement, well-filled shut-ins that present their own risks, and unstable revenue stream possibilities for local governments. Communities such as ours outside the urban Front Range, we rely on that production-related revenues, and we need predictability wherever we can get it, along with a strong regulatory schema. We believe COGA's red line proposal, they propose a perpetual license structure similar to the Form 1 registration, and we endorse that approach. I will reiterate our commission action request is just to strike the annual renewal requirement as an unnecessary hoop to jump through and confirm in the SBP that license remains valid unless formally revoked by the commission. The next item is regarding the license suspension and revocation, so tied to the previous one, obviously. Our ask is to confirm that this is a rare last resort remedy exercised by the commission with clear SBP guardrails to guide that. A license suspension could shut down an entire operator's portfolio, and that for us would disrupt local tax revenues, creating cascading community impacts. WLG urges SBP language clarifying suspension revocation is rare and extraordinary. We believe you probably expect it would be. We don't think it's harmful to go ahead and make sure the SBP points that out. And this is only going to be a used step when necessary to protect public health, safety, welfare, and environment. I feel a frog in my throat today. We think the authority for this must rest with the commission after hearing, certainly not with the director. And we believe this would mirror Rule 211 precedent and provide judicially and reviewable standards. So again, I'll reiterate our request is to add SPP language, making it clear the license suspension revocation tool is something you would deem as extraordinary, proportionate, and a commission level action only. The next item is worker certification and training. elements within Rule 602B. The draft rule, we believe, and I was very edified to hear staff agree that it just probably sweeps too broadly. So we ask you to listen to your own staff, what they said today, which I believe they said was requiring all workers to hold undefined or irrelevant certifications is maybe not necessary. We definitely align with Koga and Westlope Koga in urging a narrowing to the 4 categories in SB 181, which is that OSHA confined space, API, ASME codes, hazardous material handlers, and welders. We also identify, and I think we understood staff to agree, at least at this juncture now, that the F31 exam shouldn't be necessary. But in our case, we definitely see the 7,000 hour requirement cited in the statute. We don't believe that that's relevant to oil and gas flow line welding, that sort of thing, and it would cripple workforce availability in our area and perhaps across the state. We believe the regulated industry has made compelling arguments against the 7,000 hour requirement and have offered common sense solutions via red line rule proposals we hope you endorse and codify in the final rule. We believe that when workforce availability becomes an issue, local government special tax district revenues will suffer, and the local rural economies will suffer if we can't actually, if it's not feasible to actually meet that rule requirement. Overly rigid requirements can disproportionately burden to smaller contractors and workers within DICs. I mean, all of Garfield County, the entire, which is our county is one example, almost the entire oil and gas terrain of Garfield County is a DIC. And so we would be disproportionately burdened when our contractors and our folks that live out there can't get jobs because they can't meet that 7,000 hour criteria, which is just excessive, frankly. A practical and defensible solution we believe is at hand for this. Adopt Koga's red line revisions, which keep safety strong but in a workable manner. And then we would add of our own volition and further emphasize and suggest if the commission does feel its hands are tied by Senate Bill 181 language regarding the 7,000 hour requirement, our ask to you is to simply abandon at this time any attempt to align the 7-hour training requirement in the rules at this time, and instead put it off to a later date. We believe you have the flexibility to do that, to allow time for this obvious flaw in the wording of Senate Bill 181 to be rectified via legislative or other means, so you would then have an appropriate training hours requirement that you can then hew a new rule to. We believe that would be your last ditch best option versus just shoehorning it in there and hoping for the best, because we think it's going to be a nightmare if we put that in the rule and a problem for local government revenues. I'll reiterate our action again. Revise 602B to target the statutory categories, define terms, and rely on job relevant certifications or operator third-party programs that are already in use and working. We'd also ask, just last thing is related to enforcement and notice and the notice rulemaking scope creep that we see some folks asking for. We strongly oppose the expanding the scope to new penalty factors, as Larimer County has suggested. We think it's outside the notice scope of the rulemaking, and you should just leave it lay instead of trying to figure out how to navigate it. In closing, WLG urges the Commission to make 3 focused corrections we believe that would help. Remove the annual license renewals, 205C, I believe. Confirm suspension revocation is rare, commission only, and clearly defined, and include that in the SBP. Please trim the scope of Rule 602B worker certification to statute requirements and workable safety standards. And I'll just say it again, if necessary, forego at this time inclusion of just the 7,000 hour requirement until such time as a legislative or other fix to what we believe is a clearly erroneous and clearly ill-informed, mistaken SB 181 language citation can be addressed with more appropriate apprenticeship requirements. We also ask you to reject Larimer and any other party request to expand the scope of the rulemaking beyond what was noticed. We believe our suggested changes will ensure the rules are effective, enforceable, and legally sound, while preserving the stable, responsible operations that fund vital local government and special district services across eastern and western Colorado. We also hope that you have noted throughout our testimony, because we do try to stay in our lane as local government, WRLG is keeping its focus on unintended local government impacts. And it is to that end that we have come to be strongly supportive of the technical fixes offered by Koga and West Slope Koga, because we believe those will also be protective of the revenue streams needed by our jurisdictions. Very much appreciate your consideration of our thoughts and happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. On the 7,000 hour requirement, couple of questions or thoughts or wonders. It is specifically within statute, one. Two, we heard Adam Craich, one of our subject matter experts, indicate that that is consistent with some form of getting certified. And then three, the record contains a letter from the pipe fitters that did not address the 7,000 hour requirement. In fact, it addressed the F-31 exam and provided additional information about the appropriate exam. So I get that piece. So I don't know if you want to comment on any of that, but those are other relevant pieces of information considering this specific issue.
Yes, and I'd seen those things. I guess I'm not an expert in this, but it was just my understanding that that 7,000 hour apprenticeship really spoke to some things that aren't necessarily within the scope of what welders doing flow lines would do in our area. And so I thought that maybe it was excessive, and it was speaking to things that have high compression capabilities, that sort of thing. So more sensitive welding tasks than what we see for say flow lines out here. And so that was sort of the reason we stepped into that one. And we were very worried that if we can't get workers out here, we won't be able to develop these properties out here. And so we lose some revenue as operators are scrambling to fight for a very limited set of workers that might be able to meet the criteria that could be beyond what's necessary for the safety of the types of activities. So if I'm completely wrong on that, you may find that may be the case, but that was my understanding. That was why I brought it up from our perspective.
Yeah, again, appreciate the additional clarification. Did you actually speak to operators?
I have. And it sounded like it was going to be a real problem out here for these peons operators. I thought that carried through in some of the filings that you saw from maybe West Slope Koga. I can't remember if Tara addressed that specifically, but I've heard from operators that they see a real problem, and they talk to the welders and the folks doing their work that they didn't see an arsenal of folks ready to step in with that type of criteria. You'll have an opportunity to talk to Tara and West Slope Koga, and I'll be happy for them to say Kirby doesn't know what he's talking about, but that's what I understood. That was what I gathered from talking to various operators, that it was going to be a problem.
Okay, yeah, and we'll hear from those parties here in just a bit. Others with questions for Mr. Nguyen? All right, seeing no further questions, stick around. You've got a little bit of time maybe for rebuttal. Listen into the rest of the testimony, and we'll continue to work on this matter. Next is Own Resources Operating. Mr. Faith. Good morning.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Commissioners and other participants, thank you for letting Own Resources Operating participate in this rulemaking as a party. I am Niels Pfaff, the CEO of Own Resources Operating. We operate over 3,000 shallow gas wells in mostly Yuma County and have done so since 2018. We support many, if not all, points that have been brought up by Koga, West Slope Koga, and API, which will be discussed by them in way more detail later today. However, there were a couple areas that we wanted to highlight, which will not require a significant amount of time. The first area is the definition and scope of compliance officer. Even though we have got quite some wells, we are a relatively small operator with around 50 FTE, of which only 5 are back office staff. Appointing an internal or external compliance officer can be a significant burden for smaller operators such as us. Also, there seems to have been a lot of discussion about the scope of this compliance officer, which seems to include, in the proposed definition, compliance with OSHA, API standards, and ASME standards. That seems an awfully wide scope that might or might not be the remit of the ECMC. What we would propose is to narrow the definition to compliance officer means an individual employed or retained by an operator responsible for ensuring that the operator and its employees and contractors comply with the Act and all Commission regulations and policies, period. Basically dropping the last part of the proposed definition. This was also recommended in our response statement. This still covers all relevant OSHA, API, and ASME standards. Instead of covering all standards, they are now focused on those standards that are specifically referenced in the various ECMC rules. For example, OSHA in the 600 series, API in the 400 and 600 series, and ASME in the 1100 series. The second area is related to the introduction of Colorado EnviroScreen version 2.0 in the rules. It seems the definition of DI communities in the ECMC rules has stayed the same, referencing to, and I quote, meaning these communities and census block groups that meet the definition in 24-4-109 2B Roman numeral 2. However, what the DI communities exactly are seems to have changed periodically because the underlying references in this definition. Also in the ECMC GIS online map EnviroScreen 2.0 is used to identify which communities actually are DI communities in the ECMC rules. ECMC staff has said publicly in various settings that the ECMC DI communities match those in the various CDPHE rules, which is actually not true. Yuma County is not a DI community for CDPHE Reg 7, and Yuma County is a DI community for the ECMC rules. The definition in the ECMC rules for DI communities and the differences between different regulatory bodies is confusing for operators, and probably even more so for DI communities themselves. DI communities some DI communities are DI community under some rules and not under others. Since EnviroScreen 2.0 is introduced in this rulemaking, we propose to change the DI community definition to the same one as in Reg 7 of the CDPHE, or at least seek alignment. This definition is also mentioned in our response statement. Commissioners and ECMC staff, thank you for listening, and I hope some of our thoughts will be included in your new rules in the coming days. That's it from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. One quick question on the first point with regard to the compliance officer. I think I heard you say that you desired language that said that the compliance officer will ensure operators and employees comply with the Act and rules. And then without the specific reference to OSHA, ASME, API standards. Did I hear that correctly?
You heard that correctly, because when we read it originally, it felt that it was addressing all those other standards, even though in the rules, specific standards are referenced.
Okay. And then my question is, some other operators or trade groups are asking that we delete the reference to all of the Act and the rules and instead just have a reference to what the statute spoke to, which is OSHA, ASME, etc. That's different than what you're proposing, and I'm just trying to gain perspective on what's the better approach. In other words, they don't want a reference to compliance officer, all the Act and all the rules. They just want the compliance officer to mirror 181, which spoke to ASME and OSHA. And yours seem to be doing the opposite, and I'm trying to balance that.
I think I'm not 100% sure how the 181 is written, but if it covers all standards, it feels to me that it's too wide, and by narrowing it to the rules, you basically narrow the ASME and API standards to and OSHA standards as referenced into the rules, which is a lot narrower description of those standards. So we would prefer the compliance officer definition for the standards that are relevant to the ECMC and not all standards. If there's other ways of writing that by taking the definition out and the one what they're referencing to focuses on the narrow standards which are part of the ECMC rules, we would support that too.
Okay. All right, we're going to hear from others as well on this important topic, so we really appreciate your perspective. Others with questions for this witness? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Thank you very much. Stick around. We will hear from you in rebuttal. We now have, let's see, TEP Rocky Mountain LLC. Mr. Jewell, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Jewell, Jewell Jimerson Natural Resources Law, on behalf of TEP Rocky Mountain LLC, continuing our mission to be the standard for natural gas development in the Piceance Basin through innovation and environmental leadership. As TEP has become before you in each of the rulemaking since SB 19-181, we want to thank you for making that space to hear our independent operator voice. TEP believes you have heard the issues that affect development not only in industry, but also in the Piceance specifically. TEP commits to a partnership regardless of where the rules fall out, but we continue to ask for your careful ear and scalpel toward language that unites protection and efficient operation, as you've done many times in the past. Today, I have Sean Brennan, the environmental manager for TEP, available today. He submitted pre-filed written testimony regarding changes to Rule 205C4 and the 500 and 600 series. But I want to thank staff for its helpful review this morning. And in step with Mr. Chair, your request for timing and efficiency, we're going to cut out his direct testimony, and I'm just going to give an overview to the rules that are at the heart of our concern. But Mr. Brennan will be available should you have any questions afterwards. And I'll just reserve a few minutes in case we have a closing afterwards. So regarding proposed changes to Rule 205C4, TEP believes operators are currently held to significant financial assurance by the Commission. Sufficient responsibility already exists for the proper plugging and abandonment of its own wells at the conclusion of the well's life cycle. It's critical that operators are aware of additional fees in advance and the public be aware that the Enterprise Board and the Commission are communicating regarding the true costs and needs of the state of Colorado for plugging and abandoning of wells. Ensuring this communication is not confounded with existing financial assurance seems difficult, if not impossible, but regardless, operators must be able to anticipate and budget for these fees related to the plugging, abandoning, reclamation, and other related activities that run concurrent to existing financial assurance. Anything we can do to help in the future would be greatly appreciated. To join you on that. Draft Rule 525D1 introduces instances in which the director must apply for an OFB hearing. As you're aware, in place of 3 instances in which the director must apply for an OFB hearing under the current rule, an operator and director would be unable to reach an agreement through the administrative order by consent, and an OFB hearing must be heard if any of the 5 instances under the rule are present. But the changes in Part 4 of this rule regarding prior NOAVs that may be considered as history of violations strains fairness, we believe. This would mean that any violation from May 16, 2024 to as far back as commencement of operations could be considered in the penalty determination. Our concern is that the draft language switches determination instead of allegation. This shifts in interference with an operator's ability to present evidence in his defense. TEP finds this concerning given the posture of collaboration that TEP likes to take with Commission staff. This would also result in much stock placed in the holder of the directorship, which changes, and those changes may result in a different implementation of the policy. Draft Rule 528A4 sees proposed changes that expand the Commission's and the Director's ability to issue a cease and desist order where they find significant adverse impact to public health, safety, welfare, environment, or wildlife resources requiring immediate action. TEP stipulates there can be real emergencies to FSWE where such actions are necessary. That's not the concern. However, the concern lies with a lack of boundary to the concept and interpretation of threat or threaten. That's the word we're honing in on these things. Could there possibly be a check in place in the event where we were to see a spike in cease and desist orders being issued. Given that Part E of this rule would allow the directors to suspend an operator's license to operate instead of suspending only a permit associated with those operations concerning the order, it would seem only fair to have such a guardrail if the definition were to open up so broadly. And lastly, Rule 602B as drafted can easily apply to further training requirements as to all workers, even those not handling hazardous materials. The draft rule also uses the vague phrase nationally recognized regarding trainings and certifications. Parts of this draft rule are unclear as to how frequently the trainings are required. These changes could require expensive and time-consuming trainings that unnecessarily, particularly for workers that the statute does not target. While the spirit of this rule does not come with objection from TEP, it can easily be an administrative hangup that could tie up schedules that took careful planning and execution. But we do thank staff for elaborating on this rule this morning. I think much of our concerns have been assuaged. And thanks to Kirby for going into greater detail on this rule. We think other operators may have other concerns that we are listening to, but thank him for giving the local government perspective on this. Thank you again for your time and consideration. TEP concludes by saying these comments represent more than simple language maneuvering, but call for continued regulatory partnership of understanding from statute to boots in the gas field. TEP believes in the peons and desires efficiency and clarity for that clean energy development to occur. So therefore, I reserve 2 minutes in case of any closing and remind you of Mr. Brennan's availability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. I'll ask the same question. The statute says that the knowledge of flow line rules promulgated pursuant to whatever, and a minimum of 7,000 hours of documented on-the-job training, which requirement can be met by an employee working under the supervision of a person with the requisite 7,000 hours of training. Does TEP have any comments on how we should deal with that statutory requirement?
I think I'm going to talk with Mr. Brennan because that seems like that conversation is moving right now, Chair Robbins, and let me address that in my closing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Others with questions, Commissioner Messner?
Thanks for presenting your perspective. Always appreciated. So I want to talk a little bit about the allegation versus the determination and kind of your perspective on that associated with, I think, 525D4, although I may not have that quite right. So the way that I look at that is that, the allegations typically can't be utilized in any kind of enforcement manner because they're not determined, they're not finalized NOAVs or AOCs. Whereas determined would mean that there has been a conclusion associated with that. And so it seems like it's appropriate to utilize the term determined because that brings in only things that have come to conclusion versus allegation, which could bring in any number of things prospectively or currently that may be out there into consideration. So help me understand that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. And this was a conversation we had amongst our staff, amongst the several council that have been used, and also other operators in the basin with the whole NOAV process. And I don't want it to sound like semantics or language gaming, but it seemed like that word may have signaled a shift in the conversational tone that, and I know you've heard me say that too over the years in rulemakings, this conversational tone that the commissioners, particularly by Chair Robbins, has established. But in moving to determination instead of allegation, it seems to remove that conversational component to something that shifts the burden a bit. And that shifting that burden seems to put operators more on the defensive instead of collaborating. And I like to think we're wrong, but that's more of the tone and the concern that TEP has here.
Okay. I mean, it seems like it would be more problematic for operators to use the word allegation because that opens up a whole can of worms for consideration of things that actually haven't come to conclusion, right? The process hasn't come to conclusion. And so that's where I'm struggling with the utilization of allegation. And my interpretation of determination at least I thought meant that whatever that enforcement process that's being considered for future stuff would have concluded, right? And so there is like a factual point where we know that this at least was the conclusion of the enforcement process, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. And so just curious on your perspective there.
Well, in that term being used for so long, I think there's just an expectation interest that it's going to be continued in that way. So anytime you change that word, because to be frank, I could see it being used both ways. But anytime there's a shift, there seems to be a different methodology that's being used.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, seems like I should be able to find my mute button better. Any further questions? All right, stick around. You got a little bit of time for rebuttal. Look forward to hearing from you in closing. Let's take 5 and let's return at 10:45. And in the interim, let's get API Colorado set up.
Hearing Officer Thomas, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Martin.
Great, thank you. A slight change of plan if it's not too much of an inconvenience. Ms. Grace Gohaviland at our Denver office is actually going to share the screen, the PowerPoint rather, and then help me advance through it. I apologize for not getting you her Zoom address sooner, but it should be pretty obvious. Grace Gohaviland, if you wouldn't mind elevating her.
No problem at all. We will elevate her right now. Okay, Grace will be joining the panel now. If you'd like to test your PowerPoint, you can do so.
Grace, would you please share the PowerPoint so we can make sure that it works?
Okay, we've taken down the break card, so it should be easier to share at this point.
Thank you, Hearing Officer.
Yes, of course.
All right, welcome back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission of the state of Colorado. We are entertaining docket 250600119, the statutory alignment rulemaking. We are waiting one more commissioner and then we'll get started.
Mr. Chair, if you could give us 2 or 3 minutes, we're having a hard time sharing our PowerPoint.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you see that PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
It's a miracle. Thank you. I appreciate the extra time.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Martin. You and your witnesses are recognized.
Good morning, Chair Robbins, Commissioners. It's been a while. It's nice to virtually see you again this morning. Just for the record, my name is Jim Martin. I'm an attorney at Beatty Wozniak. I'm outside counsel to API Colorado. I'm accompanied here with Mr. Mike Paulus of API Colorado. We pre-filed testimony of Mr. Paulus on schedule required by the final pre-hearing order. And I believe he's available for questions and has a few things to say about one of the issues we're going to walk through this morning. Stumbling there because everything I had here in my preparatory slides was key to speaking this afternoon. So you're clearly ahead of schedule. A couple of opening remarks, if you might. First, I want to emphasize that the pertinent parts of Senate Bill 181, which are a big part of what we're doing here today, particularly with regard to worker certification, are less than models of clarity. It's important, I think, to recognize that. As I recall, these provisions were added very late in the Senate Bill 181 debate on the floor of the General Assembly. They may not have gotten the attention they deserve, but that's all by way of saying that we appreciate staff's dilemma in drafting proposed rules and appreciate their outreach to us and their willingness to listen to us as we tried to offer other ideas for how this could be approached, and we appreciate their work. Having said that, we obviously have some different ideas about some of these proposals, not all of them by any means, but some of them, and we're going to try to address them at a relatively high level, and then get to questions. And then third, I want to mention that API Colorado endorses the comments you'll hear shortly from COGA's counsel, and we endorse as well the red line that they submitted as part of their response to pre-hearing statements. I'm going to jump ahead to slide 3, Grace, if you wouldn't mind. So this slide is intended, intended to explain how we went about reviewing the proposed rules and focusing on those rules that we thought provided some levels of concern. I'll work backwards here. We asked if the rule provision is implementable, pretty core question. Then we asked if the proposal provides fair notice, and that's a constitutional term, but whether it provides fair notice to the regulated community rather, about what exactly is required of them. And that then last, but certainly not least, we asked whether the proposed rule is consistent with the statute itself. In our minds, if any of those questions generates a no answer, then it's necessary to consider and recommend a different approach. Going to slide 4, Grace. So I'm going to start with the definition of compliance officer, and I'm going to stop for a second and mention that we really appreciate the presentation by staff this morning. We agree that some of the issues that we've raised and that they've raised require some further work. I'll also say that staff worked pretty quickly through their presentation. I wrote as fast as I could, but I don't think I captured the details of what they were suggesting as potential changes in the proposed rule. So we're going to proceed on the assumption that we're working from the proposed rules, but we are open at all times to working with staff and with other parties and coming up with alternative language that addresses ours and others' concerns. But back to the definition of compliance officer. Senate Bill 181 calls for certification of 2 kinds of compliance officers, one with regard to OSHA, and I'll emphasize that phrase, one with regard to OSHA, the other with regard to API and ASME codes. Going to slide 5, Grace. The proposed rule goes in a couple of directions that we believe are misaligned with the statute, and you can see them highlighted here. The proposed rules would require a third category of compliance officers, and that would be compliance officers employed by the operator and responsible for ensuring compliance with the Act and all Commission rules. The Act doesn't mention any such thing, and this proposal would raise a couple of significant issues. One is that the operators with whom I've spoken have said that they require what are essentially compliance officers at every stage of the process of developing and producing a well. So there'd be someone responsible for compliance at the pre-construction stage, someone responsible for compliance at the drilling stage. The same is true at the completion stage, and then of course at production. And that implies multiple individuals employed or retained by the operator, even though the statute refers to a compliance officer. In addition, an operator is responsible for any number of tasks along the way, including reclamation, flow line design, flow line construction, compliance with the DIC maps, wildlife, noise, odor. And the question is whether or not the rule would require compliance officers for each one of those discrete tasks as well. And problem is that list is almost endless. The other problem is that there's no certification programs of which we're aware that are available for such compliance officers. Next slide, Grace. There's a second problem as well. The statute refers, as I mentioned, to compliance officers with regard to OSHA and compliance officers with regard to API and ASME standards. The rules, however, refer to compliance officers who are responsible for ensuring compliance with OSHA. That may seem a small point along the way, but it's more than that. The point is that Colorado is not an OSHA delegated state. As a result, the only people who can ensure compliance with OSHA are federal OSHA inspectors. Similarly, there's a host of API and ASME codes and standards that it could apply to very particular parts of an oil and gas operation. No one person could ever ensure compliance with such codes and standards. It would take multiple people at every stage of the process. So next slide, Grace. So what do we suggest? In line with what the staff, I think we're suggesting this morning, although I can't speak for them, but it appears that the statutory definition of compliance officer is self-effectuating, which means, in effect, no definition is really necessary. Our fundamental concern is that the proposed definition is overbroad, that it exceeds the statutory mandate, and that it's not capable of being implemented. So our recommendation, again, is to delete that definition. Next slide, Grace. Now on to the meat of API Colorado's presentation this morning, all related to Section 602, which is worker certification. Grace, slide 9. So you'll remember from some of the other presentations and from your own review of Senate Bill 181 that statute referred to 4 categories of workers and only 4 categories of workers. First, it referred to 2 sets of compliance officers, one related or with regard to OSHA, one with regard to API and ASME standards. And then it referred to workers handling hazardous materials and welders. On the other hand, 602 would require, first of all, that all workers from administrative staff to painters to roustabouts complete a nationally recognized occupational health and safety program. Slide 10, please. A couple of problems with that. One is that the statute says nothing about all workers with respect to anything. As a result, it seems as if this proposal exceeds the statutory authority that is claimed. We are also not aware of a nationally recognized program that's appropriate for all workers. This leaves operators with no real clarity about what compliance would entail. This part of the rule is not grounded in statute. It provides no fair notice, and it's unclear if it could even be implemented. Slide 11, Grace. Moving on to the category of workers who, in the statute's terms, handle hazardous materials. And that seems straightforward, handling hazardous materials. But the proposed rule goes further afield, applying to all workers in what are called, in the proposed rule, potentially hazardous environments, including those who work with hazardous materials. In other words, the proposal has much more in mind than what the statute anticipated. Slide 12. So we know what hazardous materials are. We all have had lots of experience with identifying and dealing with hazardous materials. We don't know what a hazardous material, potentially hazardous environment is. There's a lot of discretion veiled into that definition, or that term rather, which is undefined. Slide 13. But this part of Rule 602 gets even more complex by setting up an open-ended set or tiers for what certification means. As you can see, it could mean a nationally recognized certification, or if that's unavailable, it could mean a recognized standard that imparts a working knowledge of such standards, again, replete with undefined terms, or quote, adequate training, another undefined term. Slide 14. These terms on their own are vague and overbroad, and they provide little in the way of practical direction or practical guidance about what is required of an operator. Each and all could be construed to mean many things. But the Administrative Procedure Act, or the APA, requires that if the agency is going to incorporate standards or codes or certifications, the agency is obligated to specify specifically which standards, codes, or certification programs. Proposals that are this vague and overbroad are specifically the kinds of things the APA precludes. Slide 15. In a second, you'll see what API Colorado is proposing for welders, but we did want to call to your attention, as you already know, the letter recently received from the pipe fitters acknowledging an inadvertent error in Senate Bill 19181, and therefore in the proposed rules. The F-31 mechanical journeyman license is not an appropriate standard for welders working on oil and gas lines. Slide 16. So we've identified the proposed rules that we find problematic. Now I'm going to switch to talking about how we would propose to move forward. Slide 17. The red lines you're going to see here, and which you have no doubt studied, are the same red lines that COGA submitted in their response to pre-hearing statements. API Colorado has endorsed these changes and adopted them as its own. We were mindful throughout the process of the flaws we found in specific proposed rules and did our best to provide thoughtful and discrete changes. We tried, among other things, to stay true to what Senate Bill 181 requires and to the Administrative Procedure Act. Slide 18, please, Grace. So here we added language to the existing Rule 602. This proposed language at paragraph 4 puts operators in the driver's seat to train employees in what constitutes a safe and workmanlike manner, or working in a safe and workmanlike manner, including training in standard operating procedures and best management practices for each specific job function. I want to emphasize that phrase. It makes clear that operators would tailor training to the employee and to that employee's job function. Then in paragraph 5 are alternative charges operators with ensuring that operations are conducted with due regard for worker safety, property protection, and minimizing impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Slide 19. Here in the proposed 602B, we would make clear that operators must retain records for the 4 categories of workers highlighted by the statute. Slide 20. Moving on, in this part of the proposed rule, we outline the training requirements for welders working on steel flow line or steel crude oil transfer lines in pressure service, and we provide specific references to the codes and standards incorporated by reference. Slide 21. So getting to the end of this presentation, that's it for worker certification, but I want to switch subjects a little and refer you to the statement of basis and purpose. And here again, I wasn't able to capture the suggested changes that Assistant Attorney General outlined this morning in staff presentation. She had the slide up much too quickly for me to capture all of it. I think we appreciate the gist of what they're proposing, but I want to again highlight what we saw in the proposed rules and the draft statement of basis and purpose so we all have a common understanding of what we're working on. So the draft statement of basis and purpose asserts that operators must use the most current version of the CDPHE DIC map, not the most current version of this ECMC map, but the CDPHE's map. That would create a generally applicable legal obligation, or in other words, a rule. But a reference in a statement of basis and purpose cannot create such a legal obligation. It's merely a guide to understanding what the commission has done in its rules. If staff want to require operators to comply with another agency's rules, the commission must do so by rule. Now, I recognize, again, I'll emphasize this. It seems as if the staff, particularly the Assistant Attorney General, were suggesting something different for the draft statement of basis and purpose, and we're anxious to work with them on some common language that might get at our concerns, but also address their concerns as well. Moving forward to slide 22, Grace. This really is our last slide, and it touches on one more subject. We all understand that Senate Bill 24-229 requires oil and gas operators to secure a license to operate. We talked about the specifics on licensing in our filed briefs, and I believe COGA counsel will address some of those issues further in their statement this morning. But the proposed rule expands the licensing rules to quote all operators engaged in ECMC operations. That would, I believe, inadvertently pull in gas processing, gathering, and storage. As the commission well knows, it has very limited authority over things like gas processing. Those operations are distinct from upstream development and are regulated by a plethora of other agencies, including PHMSA, EPA, and the PUC, in fact. In fact, the commission has little to no expertise in the details of managing things like gas processing, which is much more like a refinery than any other part of the upstream oil and gas operations. We encourage the commission to stick with the statutory language and limit its licensing to oil and gas operations. And with that, That completes our presentation, although I understand Mr. Paulus has a few remarks to make about the DIC mapping rule. And with that, Mr. Paulus.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a little bit more insight into ViroScreen 2.0. API Colorado has closely followed the development of this tool, which we support, and provided extensive comments as it was upgraded from 1.0 to 2.0. And one thing you need to understand is that both the methodology was changed along with the data used to populate EnviroScreen, which are the two key aspects of how a DIC map is generated. And in trying to implement the rules for environmental justice, we're looking for a single version of the truth, and that is a map that we can all reference and have certainty in understanding what is depicted as a DI community. And as you recall, there are different thresholds that define statutorily what a DI community is. And it could be a low income population above 40%, people of color above 40%, housing costs, linguistically isolated. And then there's things related to cumulative impacted communities that has a percentile score above 80%. My concern is that we need to recognize there's 34 different sets of data that are used to populate EnviroScreen. Even if the methods don't change, those sources of data and what they say can change. Even census blocks can be formed from new demographic, from census data, because populations shift, a new development. And so you might have to create a new census block. That might only happen every 10 years, but there's other sources of data inputs that may change more frequently. And when those data sources are updated, it can change the depiction of one of those aspects of a DI community. Again, whether it's related to one of these things that I identified. So I'm not certain how often CDPHE plans to update the data used to depict DICs, but I think this creates a challenge in being able to work again with a singular version of the truth and having a common DI map that everyone can reference in making informed decisions in order to comply with applicable rules. So that's just the insight I wanted to share with you on EnviroScreen and trying to make this a workable tool.
Mr. Chair, that completes our presentation this morning. I think we came in well under our allotted time. We'd like to reserve whatever time we might have remaining for rebuttal if necessary and for a closing statement. And with that, we're available for questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Similar to the question I had for TEP and Mr. Nguyen, does API have any thoughts about the 7,000 hour requirement?
I'm going to defer in part to Mr. Paulus, but I'm pulling up a comment he sent to me this morning that I think provides some useful clarity in all of this, if I can make my computer work this morning. 7,000 hours seems like a long time. I think it's 175 days of 40-hour work days. I would refer you to the API 1104 standard for welders in this kind of service. It's a performance-based standard. It requires that a welder be qualified only if the welder passes a test developed by API as part of that standard that's available and usually used in the oil and gas industry. In a sense, you don't only be as good as your welder and your welding skills. I think that is something that might be an appropriate alternative to requiring some number of hours of training or supervision. Mr. Paulus, did I get that right?
Yes, Jim, and I would like to elaborate a little bit. Chair Robbins, thanks for the question. I think there's also some equivalency that could be considered in any of this, whether the 7,000 hours is appropriate just for a welder working on flow lines that may be just using one type of weld, whether it's a butt weld versus other types of welds. That's what they have to train to. And my point is that, there may be other considerations, whether that person had, journeyman training at a technical college, whether they've obtained other certifications. And so the API standard, was developed not in isolation, but with other entities, including Pipeline Contractors Association, American Welding Society, et cetera. And it's open to, any other parties who want to, comment on the development of that standard. And my point is that it's meant to bring flexibility. And so that particular standard basically looks at training the welder to make sure they are familiar with the equipment and the types of welds, but ultimately that welder is not qualified unless the welds that he or she makes passes either destructive or non-destructive testing. And so that is the performance standard that's done. Now, whether 7,000 hours is necessary across the board, I question whether that's an appropriate, goal to have that training. I think there needs to be flexibility, and I think some of that can be based on equivalency on whether it's high school education, college education, other types of certifications that would be relevant.
All right, thanks for the additional commentary on that point. Commissioners, questions for the panel? Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, and thanks for your comments this morning. I actually don't really have a question for you now. It's maybe more of a request related to the comments that you made with respect to the EnviroScreen and disproportionately impacted community. Completely understand that the slide this morning may have been showed pretty quickly with staff's proposed statement of basis and purpose language on that point. It is in the portfolio, so it would, if you're able to take a look at that and maybe, because I think it is aligned with the comments that you're making, but
Good.
we'd love to hear your thoughts when you come back in your rebuttal testimony.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate the Commissioner. Thank you for not the question, but the comment.
Other questions, comments from commissioners?
I apologize, Chair. I didn't realize that my camera wasn't on.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I'm not seeing further questions, so we will let you go and allow you to come back for rebuttal and or closing. Let's
Thank
take
you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yep, let's take another couple of minutes. The next one's up for over an hour. That's Koga. So let's get Koga and West Slope Koga up. Let's return in 5. That would be 11:16. All right, welcome back. It is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, docket 250600119. It is 11:17. We will continue with statutory alignment rulemaking. Ms. Ryan, welcome. We will now hear from Koga and West Slope Koga.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Can you just confirm you can see that, please?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, wonderful. Well, good morning, commissioners, staff, parties, and members of the public. My name is Julia Ryan, and I'm a shareholder at the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck, who serves as outside counsel to the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, or COGA, who has joined its time today with West Slope COGA. COGA and West Slope COGA thank commission staff for their hard work on this rulemaking, including some of the proposed changes this morning. Joining me this morning is subject matter expert Reed Koniki. Mr. Koniki is a certified safety professional and is employed by QP Energy Operating LLC as its environmental health and safety lead. He will be available for questions. Anytime I do not use, I'd like to reserve for rebuttal and closing, please. I'm not going to run through this list, but you can see that there are a number of issues that our members have issues with. I'm pleased to see that staff has indicated support for many of these positions, and COGA largely supports staff suggestions for how to incorporate the near unanimous party feedback. But as you'll hear, some further changes are needed. For example, with respect to the 7,000 hour requirement, that has been a hot topic of today. I would also like to incorporate by reference any unlisted topics that might have been covered in COGA's filings, and I will try not to belabor the points and topics on which API and COGA overlap. I'm going to start with a couple of enforcement considerations. The first request is to limit consideration of past violations to those that are the most relevant. So staff's proposal, the notice draft is above, and it's our red line, industry's red line that has it stricken through. And in relevant part, staff's language says the ECMC can consider whether to take severe enforcement consequences by considering as evidence adjudicated violations for which the director issued a notice of a violation or NOAV prior to May 16, 2024. This language is confusing and open to interpretation that the commission can only consider, AOCs or OVFs issued prior to May 16. We don't believe that was staff's intent, and indeed staff this morning said that that was not their intent. However, the statute also doesn't require the ECMC to look at all violations, including in violations prior to May 16th, prior to the legislation passed. COGA does think it would be appropriate to have a confined look back period to ensure that stale violations that happened under different rules, under different ECMC enforcement programs, and very possibly under very different operator management and cultures do not forever stay in an operator's record. COGA suggests a reasonable look back period would be January 15th, 2021 through the present, because that means that all of the mission change violations would be covered. Pre-mission change rules are not suitable to consider or compare to more recently adjudicated enforcement actions under the nation's toughest rules. Continuing on enforcement, just quickly want to express that we do not support Larimer County's request for ECMC to add as an aggravating factor circumstances where the violator was, quote, uncommunicative. And really the start and end of this idea should be the statute. This is called the statutory alignment rulemaking after all, and nothing in statute suggests or hints that the ECMC should open the enforcement rulebook to look at either mitigating or aggravating factors. To the extent that ECMC is willing to open the rule book, the aggravating factor examples were, as I believe one commissioner noted, themselves violations, and so it would be inappropriate to have an aggravating factor be a violation. So for example, if you don't file a Form 27, well, your failure to file Form 27 is itself a violation and be inappropriate to use that as an aggravating factor. And it was pointed out, well, there are other words in ECMC rules that are subjective. And that is true, but just because certain ECMC rules in existing language are subjective, why should we add to it? Why should we keep compounding this problem of interpretation? Excuse me. One final point regarding enforcement. The one criterion for a mandatory order finding violation hearing is that the director seeks a penalty of over 1 million. That's taken from statute, fair. Mr. Farron this morning stated that he anticipates that circumstance to be exceedingly rare, and COCO would appreciate a statement in the SVP to that effect. Moving into worker certification issues, COGA appreciates the pipefitters Local 208 written comment confirming COGA's position that the F31 journeyman mechanical exam is inapplicable to welders working in the oil and gas field. We realize the language is found in SB 19181, but COGA respectfully submits the reference was an error. The exam covers topics like chimney vents, appliances, and HVAC systems. It applies to the vertical construction industry and not oil and gas. The 7,000-hour requirement found in statute is related to the inapplicable F31 exam and is therefore equally inapplicable. The 7,000-hour figure has really perplexed industry because no subject matter expert, no operator that I spoke with could identify any nexus between that requirement and an improved safety outcome or that requirement and the relevant API and ASME standards that COGA API and the pipefitters believe should be used. So I just mentioned that the F31 exam covers heating and ventilating systems, and respectfully, welding apprenticeships of 7,000 hours are not industry standard. If they were industry standard, industry would have no problem because this requirement would be the standard. So I have been just racking my brain trying to figure out where it came from. And you'll remember that Commissioner Cross asked if it was related to F-31, which you'll recall Ms. Mercer-Gelman said is about HVAC. So as it turns out, in Denver, to be a licensed heating and ventilating HVAC journeyman, you must take the F-31 exam and complete a 4-year apprenticeship or complete 7,000 hours of training. So it is true that 7,000 hours is not the only, but my understanding is a relatively common threshold for hours for apprenticeships, but not, again, for oil and gas welding. It's for other types of journeymen. I have a couple screenshots here taken from the Denver City and County website that kind of go drill down to this. I was trying to make it to where we're almost navigating there together. You can see on the bottom right and the top left, you can see that 4-year or 7,000 hour requirement. That's the training, and then that you need to pass the F-31 exam. So it's related to that, but not welding flow lines, and we haven't seen anything to the contrary. This was a very new discovery, and so I realized it's something new for other parties to consider as well as staff. This is the link to the screenshots that I just shared. I invite you to take a look and see if for yourself, that we do believe that there's a nexus between the F-31 exam and the 7,000. And just like we believe F-31 was just an inadvertent mistake, the 7,000 hours ties into F-31 is likewise an inadvertent mistake. Well, but then how do we fix it? So many reputable entities certify or otherwise qualify, verify, there's a variety of language used, welders, and they have eligibility requirements that are protective, but not necessarily confined to an hours worked requirement. So we propose that ECMC require training requirements to follow the education and experience required by the American Welding Society or Energy World Net Inc. or a comparable authority. There's no evidence that requiring 7,000 hours of training improves the quality of work in the field. It's also important to note that these welds, as a practical matter, they're x-rayed and they're pressure tested before coming into service. There was a whole host of flow line rules that came after SB 181 that operators are required to follow. I also want to mention that welding jobs are good jobs. They pay good money, and they're a popular career choice for residents of disproportionately impacted communities. Having a 7,000 hour training requirement will be a barrier to employment for these workers, because that's not how the welding industry is set up or how the relevant what the relevant certifications require. Just as an example, one smaller COGA member alone employs 32 welders living in DIC communities. And the 7,000 hour requirement was a mistake related to F-31, and it would have unintended adverse consequences for disproportionately impacted communities that the Commission seeks to protect. We'll return to this language in a bit, but it does have some of this information about taking out the 7,000 requirement and the bottom parts in blue. So what we're asking for is we've put in a match of experience or expertise that would be required by one of these entities that makes sure that you follow the relevant API and ASME standards that are referenced in our pleadings as well as in the pipe fitters union's letter. And it was included as Exhibit B with our response as well. Switching gears, COGA does emphasize its filing's position that the draft rules or draft SPP or both should clearly communicate that amendment or suspension of a license is a remedy of last resort. Suspension or amendment of a license will require an operator to shut in or temporarily abandon some, if not all, its wells. Some wells may never return to commercial production. Also, while wells are shut in or temporarily abandoned, it's possible that mechanical issues will go undetected. And to the extent a well does return to commercial production, there could be adverse environmental impacts associated with return to production. For example, to restart production of a temporarily abandoned well, it's necessary to bring in a new rig, drill out the isolation plug, and pump the sludge blocking the wellhead, and these steps do result in emissions. COGA does believe licenses should run in perpetuity, but we think this speaks for itself and no reason to dwell here. COGA echoes API in noting that ECMC does not have jurisdiction to require gas gathering, storage, or process operators to obtain a license. As Mr. Martin mentioned, the ECMC has limited jurisdiction to regulate exploration, production, spills, and releases from such facilities, but that's the extent of the authority. ECMC in several other prior rulemakings, when it's touched on anything that could arguably be construed to be in the sphere, it's made a practice of making a comment that it is not extending its jurisdiction to such operators, and we would ask that the SBP similarly make a clarification here. COCA here also echoes API's position that defining a compliance officer is problematic. Staff at their original July 11th stakeholder presentation recognized that there's a multitude of standards, and it's not possible for one person or even several people to have familiarity with all of the standards. We appreciated staff's suggestion earlier to remove to specify the ASME and the AP standards, which, as Owen Resources testified early, they're already incorporated in the rules, and so I think we were getting at the same result. We were just saying that whether you we were against the proposal because it did not specify that the rules had to be as referenced in the rules. You could just reference the rules and then it speaks for itself, but you can't say all ASME and all APA standards unless you somehow cross-reference them with the rules. But better yet, we think the definition should speak for itself, and I think some of this confusion sort of explains why that should be the case. A compliance officer is a term of art under OSHA in some other circumstances, and I do think it could be confusing, and it's just simply not necessary. The statute doesn't require a definition, and it could, again, lead to unintended consequences. Staff mentioned that my understanding was that staff did not have an issue with simply deleting the definition of compliance officer, and that is what we would urge the commission to do. All right, so ECMC should use the word alleges where they use the word determines. I tried to follow Commissioner Messer's questioning of TEP on this, and I believe there may be a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding could be mine, but where it's used in the rule, it's before there's been a conclusion of the enforcement action, so that is why COGA wants it to be determines. So at the stage in which the word determines is used in the rules, the director is applying for an order finding violation, but there is no order finding violation yet. So at that point, the director could not have determined that there was any of these enumerated criteria because it's at that point just an allegation. This is our proposed fix. API covered this very well, and I think some of the points are also in line with staff's recognition that the proposed rules were overbroad, or at least to the extent they don't agree that they're overbroad and non-compliant with the APA, which we assert they are. There was a recognition by staff that they did indisputably exceed the statutory mandate because they applied to all workers, not the 4 categories, and they also made the categories broader than they should be. So repeating our APA arguments and not losing those, we also want to say that we appreciate staff's move towards a more limited number of certifications, but without seeing specific language of what that looks like, COGA does believe that the appropriate fix is this red line language, which you saw earlier in the context of the flow line welder certification, but now you see the 602B as well, where it's talking about the certification. We also added some language in there to clarify a point that staff touched on, just so there's no ambiguity, that operators are responsible for making sure their contractors retain records, sure. And if an operator is requested, upon request, if needed, to provide those records, it makes sense that the operator would be the conduit for the commission to receive those records. But we believe it should be clear that the operator itself isn't retaining those records. It's not the repository. Staff mentioned good reasons that COGA endorses as well. There's high staff turnover. Contractors often work for multiple applications. COGA would also note that these contractors are required under applicable law, such as OSHA, to retain their own records anyway. So we would like to see this red line language, or at minimum, suggest it be memorialized in the SBP. Koga appreciates that staff is now taking the position, or at least suggested that it could add language in the SPP stating that the use of the DIC tool is optional. This pleases Koga insofar as we agree with API, and this is in our pleadings, that the use of a new DI community map, if it was a requirement, would in fact violate the APA. But the fix proposed by staff may not do it, and it appears not to, because if it's optional, first of all, it might become the default determination. But more importantly, and Mr. Paula spoke to this a little bit, if you're not using the map, if it's optional, then what are you to use? What is staff going to use? What is the operator going to use? That's not the mapping tool. And so I expect that staff might say, well, the statutory definition guides, which is true, but how will staff and how will operators know what communities meet the statutory definition? I kind of flew through that. I know we're ahead of schedule, which is wonderful. Koga would like at the end of the day for you to please adopt Koga's red line language and to reject the aggravating factor proposed by Larimer County. As I mentioned, Mr. Kaneki is available for questions, as am I, and thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation, Ms. Ryan. I keep asking myself the question during preparing for this hearing if the F-31 exam and the 7,000-hour supervision standards are, completely inapplicable and erroneous to the industry. I'm just trying to figure out how they got in statute in the first place. Did you or your organization have any communication with legislators, or was there discussion at the time? And can you shed some light on how that went, if so?
Yes, so I was not a party to those discussions, so take that as you will, but it's my understanding, and I've heard this from several industry sources, that the language came from a different context, that it came from, well, we've in other areas. So the purpose, of course, was to improve safety, and so in other areas where legislation has been improved, excuse me, proposed to improve safety, such as in the heating and ventilation world, that language was used. And it seems to be like it was just a mistake. They're like, oh, we already have language about how to better protect health and safety that, is applicable to welders who do welds in HVAC systems and things like that. Again, I'm not a welder, but it is applicable to a subset of people who work on pipe. And so the language already existed, or some variation thereof, and it was just kind of copy paste plugged in without much attention to actually realizing that it's quite frankly inapplicable.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, was this issue raised at all with legislators at the time? I know I'm going beyond the scope of this hearing, but just trying to dig into the legislative history a
To
little
my
bit.
understanding, no. And I think that's what the problem was, is that no one, I mean, when I first read the rules, for example, just speaking for myself, I had no idea what an F-31 mechanical journeyman exam was. So sounds fine. I mean, superficially on its face, sounds fine, until we dug into it more and realized it just didn't apply. And it's possible that the legislators just perhaps took it for granted that it was applicable, and maybe no one actually looked at it. This is just my speculation, but to my knowledge, no, none of the legislators knew about this or was not brought to their attention.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses, and we focused on the F-31 exam there, but my understanding from your testimony is that the 7,000-hour supervision is an offshoot of that adoption, and that you would hold the kind of the same thoughts on that.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. I think following up on that, if it seems to me like it is one thing to say that if the intent of the legislation was to improve safety. It's one thing to look at what is the appropriate exam for welders and make sure that it's the accurate one. I guess I'm having a harder time reconciling taking out training hours as still being consistent with the legislative intent to improve safety.
Mhm. Well, thank you for the question. Well, so it's because the 7,000 hours is tied to that specific journeyman exam and that licensure. And so you have to have both if you want to have the licensure to be a heating and ventilating journeyman. So we believe that they're coupled together. And the intent was to improve safety, but the rules do that. There's been no testimony that having 7,000 hours would improve safety outcomes. It's not required to become certified under the relevant ASME and API standards. So, as others were saying, if you are educating the specific types of weld you do, there's no value added in getting additional hours. If you, again, because you're already certified under these specific rules, that's my understanding of it. And I think you also have to keep in mind, or I would encourage the commission to keep in mind that it also doesn't make sense when you think about how it does affect disproportionately impacted communities. And so I think that's also something you can take into consideration because isn't over the overall legislative intent that ECMC is protecting DSEs.
So what I think I heard you say is additional hours of training beyond those required to get the API or ASME would not improve safety?
Well, I mean, and I can let Mr. Carnegie speak to this, but actually, yes. I mean, it's maybe you've done it more times, but if you're already certified, then the relevant authorities have decided that you have all of the training that you need. I mean, because why not? I mean, by that same logic, you could say, well, 10,000 hours, $15,000, more, all, more would always improve safety, but it hasn't been demonstrated. There hasn't been anything that says, we saw poor outcomes at 6,000 hours, so we need to go to 7,000. And I'll also add that these certifications are very rigorous, and some of these people will have 7,000 hours, but what's recognized in the implementing authorities regulations and qualifications is that you can have a mix of education experience. So for example, if you have a bachelor's degree in welding, which one can have, you need not have 7,000 hours of experience. If you only have a high school education, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but you need more. So we're not saying that you can't have that you need no training, but we're saying the training should be a mix of education and experience that provides the same level of protection. And Mr. Koenig, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, would it be helpful if I explain how welders are currently certified so you guys kind of get an understanding of that? Is that a road you want to?
Not for me. I was really trying to hone in on trying to understand. I mean, it's one thing to deviate from a very clear statutory directive if it's clear that it would be consistent with the legislative intent. And I was really trying to hone in on how having training requirements would not be consistent with that legislative intent. So if other commissioners are interested, that's a different matter, but that would be unrelated to my question. Thank you.
Mr. Kaniki, can I ask you, maybe you have an answer to this question. I don't know. The statute says a minimum of 7,000 hours of documented on-the-job training, which requirement can be met by an employee working under the supervision of a person with the requisite 7,000 hours of training. How does that play out in the daily course of business? If you take a statutory directive.
Sure. So, and again, to Ms. Ryan's point, it's kind of inapplicable in the oil and gas industry. A lot of welders out here are rig welders, which means they're kind of independent contractors. They don't necessarily work for like a pipeline company. So they're out doing piecemeal work. And so they don't always work under somebody else's supervision. They don't have somebody who can necessarily witness their 7,000 hours. So API 1104 spells out the certification process where they actually have to produce welds that pass tests, either like API explained, destructive or non-destructive tests. They're given a procedure. They have to produce that weld. That weld is subjected to many different tests before they get accredited to then go into the field and perform those same welds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner Messner, you had a question?
Thanks. I just want to follow up on this just a little bit because, there is clear statutory language around the 7,000 hours being about 3.5 years of experience. I guess I'm struggling with the unreasonableness of that. 3.5 years of experience doesn't seem unreasonable level of experience for working on, important public health and safety elements. I don't disagree that, those additional certifications on the quality of welds and the type of welds associated with these are important elements as well. But in the field experience, in any industry, it doesn't matter what it is, including the industry that all of us are involved in. And so help me understand how 3.5 years of experience is unreasonable. And I also don't see necessarily in there that some combination of education and experience wouldn't be applicable to that 7,000 hours as well, because we're talking about experience under supervision. And so whether that's through a trade school, whether that's through a 4-year university, whether that's through an apprenticeship program, it seems like there's a lot of paths to get to 7,000 hours. So help me understand that a little bit.
Thank you for the question. That's an interesting thought. I did not read the rules to consider or to contemplate that education could count toward those hours. That may be something to pursue more. The red line language that Koga offered is taken directly from the American Welding Society for what it takes to be a certified welding inspector. And so most of these, apologies, this is quite small on my screen here, but many of them will have a minimum of 3 or 4 years. So for example, if you have trade and vocational courses in welding, then you need a minimum of 4 years welding. It's only if you have at least a bachelor's or higher that you go down to 3 years, which is pretty close to 7. And that's, of course, a 4-year degree. And you can go down to 2 years of welding only if you have, excuse me, something higher. So, I mean, so we're not, so some of these welders will have this, but many won't. But as long as you have the appropriate certification, that you do those test welds, like Mr. Koenig was explaining. So you do the test welds under a certified welding inspector. We think that should be sufficient.
So some of the difficulty, Commissioner Messner, could be the fact that these kids, especially in disproportionately impacted communities, could have been welding on the farm as a kid, right? And they could have spent a lot of time burning rod and doing structural repairs, but it's never documented, right, under some employer. And so this process of accruing 7,000 hours under somebody's supervision can be difficult, especially in rural communities that don't have same access to educational programs, don't have the same access to employers and those sorts of things. And I will say that the certification process for welders is probably one of the most robust things you might ever witness. I mean, these guys have to produce welds. The weld is then cut out of a pipe, put on an iron horse, and it is pulled until the material breaks. The weld has to exceed the tensile strength of the material. It's then cut on both ends and bent and broken in half, and they look inside the weld and check for contamination, porosity, all those things, and verify that that they can complete that procedure on that specific material before they then go and do it in the field. So it's more of a performance-based standard than it is a accreditation sort of a thing. If you can produce the weld with the material, then you are certified to go in the field. And like Ms. Ryan said, it's done under a third-party inspection. So the American Society of Welders certifies certified welding inspectors, and those welding inspectors come out, and then the welders perform those welds under their inspection, and then that certified welding inspector does the destructive and non-destructive tests and gives that particular welder his certification.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I'm under no disbelief that the certification process that you're going through is a vigorous certification progress, but there's also a clear statutory directive for 7,000 hours, and so I'm trying to find compelling arguments that that's unreasonable, and so that's what I'm struggling with right now. So I'm not discounting the training that you're describing. Also, I'm not sure I find 3.5 years of experience unreasonable. And so I'm trying to, because there's a clear statutory directive. And so these are the things that I'm struggling with right now. No.
If I may, and then I'll drop this unless there are further questions. I think it's an unfortunately worded statute. It is clear. However, it's also clear that it requires the F-31. And I understand that if that is recognized as being inapplicable. So to me, the fact that it's clear does not matter if it's inapplicable. It's just not how the welding industry is set up. So yes, it's clear, but it's inapplicable, just like the F-31 exam is clear on its face, but it's just the wrong exam.
Okay, I appreciate your arguments. I think that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I want to kind of change course here a little bit in the questions. One of the things you talked about was addressing the proposal about the aggravating factors from Larimer County. And in the example you gave was talking about a violation, a Form 27 violation being an aggravating factor. So a violation being an aggravating factor of a violation. I'm curious if your concern is specific to the filing or a violation in another part of the rules, or if it's the actual communicative part. And part of the reason this being is ultimately this is meant to be kind of a discretionary aggravating factor determination by staff as they're going through this enforcement process. And so I'm curious if it's tying something specific like a violation, or if it's the idea of this new communication aspect being added to it.
Thank you for the question. It really is both, because that example was an example that Larimer County provided. And so I thought, this example doesn't work. So what examples would they think work? And therein lies the subjectivity that we're opposed to. The rules do a great job of specifying what communication is necessary and when. So if there is an issue, the rules already require you to notify a landowner of a spill, for example. But if, let's say, someone else claims that they should have been notified, or they wanted notified in a different way, or whatever it would be, they can say that the operator was being uncommunicative, and it would just be a matter of opinion.
And so part of what I'm trying to understand is obviously there's certain things that have to be reported, certain groups to which things have to be reported. And so I'm curious if there was some sort of parameter placed around the type of communications, if it's something that is supposed to be communicated, if it's something that, as opposed to something that is maybe not available or goes beyond what's supposed to be reported, et cetera. If there were some kind of parameters with that, if it would alter your disagreement with Larimer County.
Well, I'm going to go back to Koga's fundamental objection, which is that this is a statutory alignment rulemaking. We're trying to implement the statute. The statute didn't touch aggravating and mitigating factors. These could be conversations for another time. The scope of this rulemaking is lean. The scope of this rulemaking does not include aggravating and mitigating factors. That's Koga's position. To the extent the commission does consider things that it need not under statute, then cabining in what is required or what uncommunicated means would be necessary.
Okay. All right. I think that's my only questions for now. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Ackerman.
I'm sorry for the repeat here. I just was looking for one more point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the allowance. And Ms. Ryan, I just wanted to go back to I know we've hit this pretty hard, but we don't take thoughts on contravening statute very lightly, and so it is important that we understand the arguments here. And I'm having trouble understanding how the 7,000 hours is tied to the F31 test, and so I'm wondering if you can shed some light on that for me. I didn't find any tying of 7,000 hours to the F31 test, and hoping you can help me how you've tied those two together.
Absolutely. And it will be in the PowerPoint presentation as well. That is not complete yet, so we haven't done rebuttal. But if you would like, I'm happy to send the hearing officer the link to the website that I shared. So in certifying or granting license, words are used differently. There's usually, excuse me, you need a combination of some level of training and passing some type of test. And it turns out that in Denver, to be so we've established that the F31 exam is for heating and ventilation. It's for HVAC. So if you want to be a licensed heating and ventilating journeyman working in the city of county in Denver, you have to pass the F31 exam and you must have 7,000 hours of training. That's the only place where I've seen those requirements come together. And so it was just taking the requirements for a heating and ventilation journeyman and applying them to an oil and gas welder.
Thank you. So it's not that the F31 exam itself requires 7,000 hours in any way or shape. It's just that subsequent to the certification under F31 in Denver, in order to gain a license, you must have 7,000 hours, and that's the tie.
And it was the Denver local pipe fitters that had this language, and so they're familiar with that licensing requirement. So perhaps I'm overcomplicating things. I think it's actually quite simple. This legislation apply the requirements for an HVAC journeyman to oil and gas welders. This includes, the exact requirements. It's the 7,000 hours and it's the F31 exam.
Thanks for the elaboration there. It helps me understand your thoughts.
Ms. Ryan, well, I guess one last question from this commissioner. We did hear from the pipe fitters relevant to concerns about the appropriate exam. They were silent with regard to the 7,000 hour piece. Not that you can speak for them, but do you have any sense as to why they opined on the one issue and not the other?
I'd like to be careful with my response here because, again, I wasn't directly part of some of these conversations. But my understanding is, so it took industry a while to understand how objectionable these problems were because we needed to talk to our subject matter experts. So industry council, and we're far from subject matter experts, had to discuss with operators to learn that the 7,000 hour was incorrect and a problem, just like we had to learn from operators about the F31 issue. And so my understanding is that the 7,000 hours issue was not brought to the pipe fitters' attention. All of the F-31 was. So the F-31 wasn't even a mistake that they caught on their own. And I'm not trying to say it was a mistake. I think they've been excellent to work with, and I want to again be very careful here. I think there's just a lot of confusion about what happened. At the end of the day, Senate Bill 181, as we all know, is a gargantuan bill. It went through many, many revisions. And I think this is an instance of an inadvertent good faith mistake where qualifications applicable to a different type of licensure were adopted in the oil and gas context.
All right, thank you. Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, we do have one additional party for their presentation, and that is KPK. They were set to go a little earlier, but were not able to be available, but I believe they're available now. If that's the case, if we could raise Mr. McGowan.
Mr. McGowan is about to be elevated.
Can you guys hear me?
Mr. McGowan, we can hear you. We can't see you. That's okay. But we can hear you.
All right. I will fully disclose I am in the middle of the Mayo Clinic parking lot, so I apologize if my camera is working. I will just say thank you to everyone, including you, Mr. Chair, and the commission for being patient with me. My wife is having surgery as we speak. So I do apologize kind of getting in here. So I just want to say thanks at the outset for working with me a little bit. Um, if you don't mind, I'll just give my presentation and you guys can ask questions. And I think you all like it works. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. And our best wishes to you and your wife, and do what you can. And we'll ask questions. We have read all the pleadings that you filed.
No, I appreciate that. I very, very much do. So good morning, you all. And my name is Chris McGowan. Thank you all for your patience. I am on behalf of KPK today. Is this family-owned oil and gas company that operates numerous wells up and down Colorado's Front Range and elsewhere in Colorado and outside Colorado. They operate in multiple counties and multiple states, and they've been in business for decades, and they do take pride in its operations and their contributions to Colorado. They employ hundreds of individuals and contribute millions to Colorado's state and local economies, and we do appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's rulemaking. We are here today to express some concerns and note our issues regarding the proposed draft rules. We do have a number of concerns about the draft rules and a number of legal or other issues that the commission, we believe, should at least consider during this rulemaking provision. We also believe that other issues that the other issues are subject to current ongoing litigation and should be dealt with prior to adoption of the rule. I just want to start by noting that ECMC 514 states that in its decision-making processes, they are to be consistent with the concept of fundamental fairness. The rule should be construed and applied to further objectives of fair, impartial decision-making. To achieve these standards, commissioners, administrative law judges, and hearing officers should discharge their responsibilities with high integrity, respecting the law. The conduct at all times should promote confidence, integrity, and impartiality of the commission, and not lend easily the opposite to advance the private interests or private interests of others, nor should they convey or permit others to convey the impression that special limits can be brought to them. That is the citation of the rule itself. What we're most interested in is procedural. This is important for reasons. We believe there are both general and specific concerns in this rulemaking that implicate the spirit and letter of Rule 514. For example, provisions of the draft rules are intended for application to oil and gas operators within this commission's regulatory jurisdiction, but they are not necessarily intended or even applicable to other non-oil and gas operators, such as geologic sequestration operators, geothermal energy project operators, or perhaps even Class 2 disposal well operators. We believe that could be problematic. KPK further believes that the enforcement provisions being proposed in the draft rules that are purportedly authorized in the text of Senate Bill 229, sections 10 through 12 in particular, are an express violation of the Commission's statutory authorization to promulgate and those sections of Senate Bill 229 violate the single subject requirement of the Colorado Constitution. The single subject requirement and express provision of the Colorado Constitution, Article 5, Section 2021, as well as many other states' constitutions. The requirement provides that a bill must have a clear title, and the title and subsequent provisions are congruent and have a proper connection. This is noted in Colorado case law in multiple areas. The purposes of the requirement are to, one, notify the public and legislators of pending bills so that all may participate in the process, to guarantee that each legislative proposal passes on its own merit, to enable the governor to consider each piece of legislation separately in determining whether or not to exercise veto power. If construed liberally and reasonably to avert the evils which is aims, including joining one act disconnected and incongruent to another, passing unknown subjects coiled up in the folds of another bill, and surprising or defrauding legislators and the people in the enactment. The title of Senate Bill 229 was titled Measures to Mitigate Ozone Pollution in the State, is narrow in scope and compared to ozone pollution. The bill therefore suggested any modifications or changes made with the bill would pertain only to mitigation of ozone. The legislative declaration clarifies and gas producers and protecting disproportionate impact. Nothing in the title suggests the content of the ECMC Act. I believe the bill title is narrow, should be construed accordingly. Amendment Act since significantly expanded.
Mr. McGowan, you're
Am I breaking
cutting
up?
out. Yeah, you are. We only hear about every third word.
Hear me now.
Do testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you seem to be better now.
All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Commissioner. I do apologize about that, Mr. Chair. As I said, I noted I am in the middle of a parking lot. So, and I will submit the testimony after. So perhaps if you get a chance to read it, that may be a little more clarification. So I'm reading it kind of briskly to try to make sure I slide it in here. So I do apologize. Again, I appreciate you working with me. Okay. And let me know if I cut out again. The additions of Section 11 of the bill override the previous standard of judicial review of final agency action under the Colorado Administrative Procedure Act, but just for the ECMC and no other Colorado agency or commission subject to the APA. This section changes the legal standard, heightening the burden for an operator to obtain a stay of ECMC action from a court. However, Senate Bill 229 imposes obligations on the Colorado authorities to protect against ozone pollution. These two subjects are, and I quote, distinct and separate purposes which are not dependent or connected with each other. Finally, the amendments of Senate Bill Section 12 of Senate Bill 229 address violations of any rule or order of the Commission or any permit violations that have caused a major adverse impact or death or serious bodily injury to an individual, regardless of whether those outcomes were caused or related to ozone precursor emissions. The amendment to subsection 7A5C addresses the issuance of any new permits and suspension of any or all certificates of clearance or operating licenses. These provisions amount to legislative log rolling, jumbling incongruent subjects into a single narrowly titled bill and do not serve the stated purpose of the bill. KPK is keenly aware of the unconstitutionality of sections 10 through 12 of Senate Bill 229, and they are subject of pending litigation and orders before this very commission. Those two cases are in Denver District Court, and given the clear violation of the single subject requirement of sections 10 through 12 of Senate Bill 229, we believe it would be prudent of the commission and a better use of stakeholder resources to codify the regulations the commission noted enforcement provisions that were improperly authorized and pause codification of those until resolution of the pending outcome of those cases. With respect to specific concerns regarding the rule, we do want to run through a few of those. For example, Rule 205A and C, a new license requirement being combined with the operator registration requirement in current ECMC rules is perhaps workable, but to the extent this reliant on 229 Section 10, we believe that would be problematic at best and constitutionally worse. If a new license requirement for rulemaking once properly authorized, the obligation to renew it annually seems unduly frequent and burdensome. By analogy to other permits and licenses at CDPHE, a term of 5 years for an ECMC license to operate would be comparable to Title V operating permits under the Federal Clean Air Act and the renewal of air pollution emissions APENs under the Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act. Additionally, the requirements applicability and non-applicability to Class 2 disposal well operators, geologic storage operators, and deep geothermal energy project operators is again unclear. 205A, the requirement to file a Farm 1 immediately as existing language that could be improved upon as immediately is not defined and subject an application to specific facts. This is especially problematic concerning a filing after ministerial change likely, for example, a change of address when filing within 30 days is perhaps more reasonable and workable. 2C, the annual mitigation fee is specific to oil and gas well operators and should not apply to Class 2 disposal well operators, test well and scientific well operators, geologic storage facility operators, and deep geothermal energy project operators. The reporting by the director to the Enterprise Reporting Commission could and should be enhanced in the contemplated rule to improve the transparency and accountability of the director and staff with respect to plugging, remediation, and reclamation of orphan well sites, funds received, spent in orphan wells still requiring such work. Colorado Revised Statute 3461-33-4A provides the board must consider whether the amounts of mitigation fees should be increased or reduced based on current circumstances and reasonably anticipated future expenditures from the board. The marginal well fee was promulgated with an estimated 12,000 eligible wells. However, considering the level of interest in operators, expenditures in the pool of available wells, we believe it should be considerably lower than the $115 that is currently placed in the rules. And payment of the annual fee should not be conditioned approval of Form 6 well ban report. Given significant delay in review and approval of the forms, for example, KPK is routinely rated 2 to 3 years for approval of Form 6s. Instead, annual fees should no longer be due once the Form 6 has been filed with the ECMC. Rule 523D2, this concerns the resolution of enforcement actions alleging operators engaged in the conduct set forth in 525D1. We believe it is very important that due process concerns of the operator, and we also maintain the ECMC staff's burden and proof of enforcement actions, that any director allegations be characterized as such, not determined that may carry the weight of evidence. And then 525B, staff seeks to make every violation of the act, order, rule of the commission, or any permit continue for each day they are not corrected by the operator. This is at odds, and this is a substantial concern to KPK. This is at odds with substantial jurisprudence on the subject of the continuing violations doctrine, and is not expressly authorized by the legislature. As the ECMC is a creature of statute with only powers authorized by legislative grant, we believe violation of the CBD doctrine is judicially created would be problematic at best. Taking these two important legal doctrines into consideration, we believe it's questionable that the ECMC may simply eviscerate these long-standing precedents. At its most basic level, a continuing violation is a series of legal acts united by a common mechanism or continuing course of illegal conduct. A statute of limitations may typically be tolled by continuing violation in one of two ways. Under the first tolling method, a series of related illegal acts occurring both within and outside the limitations prior to suit are aggregated into a single unit. Under this aggregation method, the statute of limitations will only start and run based on an individual episode of misconduct based on cessation of those legal acts. For example, in a hostile work environment, bring a continuing instance of those tolling methods allow the plaintiff to recover for all injuries suffered throughout the entire duration of time of the hostile working environment, existing regardless of limitations periods. In other words, going to the continuing resetting of the limitations period, enforcement is only possible violations within the statutory period preceding the commencement of the action. State and federal courts consistently designate violations as continuing for statutory limitations purposes where there is explicit statutory language to that effect, or the violation is one that the legislature intended to treat as a continuing one. For example, the Supreme Court has found the relevant statute of limitation barred prosecution of a defendant for failure to register for a military draft, and that was an ongoing violation during all the time that he failed to register for the draft. It did not constitute an individual violation each day that he failed to register for the draft. Rather, it was an ongoing, continuing violation that were implied in limited circumstances, and questions of limitations are fundamental matters of legislative, not administrative decisions. In 2003, noting the tension between the purpose of a statute of limitations and the continuing violations doctrine, the Colorado Supreme Court adopted the two-step 2ISI analysis, which the defendant, which was initially convicted of unpermitted disposal of hazardous waste, argued the prosecution was time barred per an association 2-year statute of limitations. Applying the analysis, the court found that Colorado Revised Statute 2515-310 did not contain any explicit language which compelled the conclusion of the unpermitted disposal waste as a continuing offense, noting that within the plain meaning of the statute, the legislative history or the legislative policies underlying the statute indicated in the General Assembly intended unpermitted disposal to be a continuing violation. The violation is continuing, and if the court went on to note, violation is continuing for limitations purposes only where there is 1, explicit statutory language to that effect, or 2, the violation is one that the legislature assuredly intended to be treated as a continuous one. By labeling and treating all enforcement offenses as continuing violations, the ECMC has departed from evident intent of the general enforcement. The power to make an official rule pursuant to questions are fundamental. Rule 520D, the rules were with the correct context but that rules requiring
Mr. McGowan, unfortunately, we're not able to hear you very well once again. Looks like we lost him.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I tell you what, can I just email my testimony around and file the record? Would that be okay?
That's perfectly fine. And I'm sorry for the faulty connections, but why don't you do that? Send it over to Elias Thomas, and he'll get it into our hands, and we'll have it available. And we can read it over lunch, which is what we're going to do next.
I appreciate
All right. So, commissioners, we'll get that testimony and you can read it. As I mentioned, I think it is probably appropriate for us to take a lunch break. We've heard all of the cases in chief. We'll come back from lunch and have rebuttal and closing for anybody that has time left, and then we'll move into deliberations if we're comfortable with that. It's 12:18. Let's return at 1:30. All right, welcome back, commissioners. We are continuing with docket 250600119, the statutory alignment rulemaking. We've taken care of and heard from all the parties with their case in chief. Hearings Manager Thomas, I believe you indicated that Larimer County had rebuttal, but that no one else did. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Only Larimer County has requested rebuttal. The remaining parties, and I will list them just for awareness, WRLG, TEP, API Colorado, and KOGA, WS KOGA, have all opted to simply provide closing remarks. Excuse me.
All right. We have Mr. Sura with us, who represents Larimer County. Go ahead, Mr. Sura, for rebuttal.
Right, and I would hope that you would consider these our closing remarks as well. Thanks for the opportunity. I have 2 short comments. One is that KOGA continues to request suspension or termination of a license to operate should be rare and extraordinary to be placed in the statement of basis and purpose. This request should be seen for what it is, another argument for an operator to use in judicial review of your decisions. Of course, it will be rare and extraordinary. The majority of operators in Colorado are excellent. KOGA's proposed statement of basis and purpose language does nothing but give those operators who are bad actors a new weapon to argue that ECMC is treating them unfairly. The language is unnecessary and in fact would be harmful. I also want to circle back to the language we're requesting in Rule 525C3. It's very simple. It gives additional motivation to communicate with the ECMC and impacted parties. It is not a new aggravating factor. It merely increases the applicability of an existing factor. Look, most operators do a good job in communicating and assisting impacted parties. When there is an accident or a violation, the operators do a good job communicating with them about the accident or the violation and addressing the needs of the impacted parties. But on the other hand, there are operators that enter onto surface owners' property without permission, using the surface owner's driveway and property, for example, to access a flow line leak as if they owned the property themselves. They don't notify the surface owners of progress when they'll be on site. They don't notify surface owners when groundwater has been contaminated in an area close to their own water well. The mission of the ECMC includes protecting public health, safety, and welfare. The public that needs the greatest protections are those that are directly impacted by accidents or violations. And this language will help in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you for the rebuttal and the closing statement. Any questions? All right, seeing none, I'm just going to go back to the list and we'll take closing arguments. We start with Earthworks. Does Mr. Forks Goodmanson desire to have any closing?
Mr. Chair, Earthworks did not intend to have a.
All right. What about WRLG? Mr. Nguyen?
I don't see Mr. Nguyen in the chat, though he did say he would like to provide a closing statement. We will reach out to him shortly.
All right. Own Resources.
Own Resources did not have an intent to make a closing statement.
All right. And KP Kaufman is next, but I know Mr. McGowan is with his wife and he presented his written testimony. So we've got that, right?
Correct.
TEP Rocky Mountain.
I am in the process of elevating Mr. Jewell for the closing statement.
Welcome back, Mr. Jewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thanks for the opportunity to return and getting back to that 7,000 hour requirement question that we were talking about in conversation with WRLG and others. We want to elaborate a bit on that concept. And we remove a bit from characterizing that statutory framing as arbitrary, since there are third-party standards that contain that basis. But whether or not that basis is necessary is certainly up for legitimate discussion, as Koga notably leveled with you, in which we certainly support as far as current performance-based testing that is specific to upstream oil and gas welding requirements. But I want to focus the concept back on the peons and maybe propose a solution that would resolve that tension of the statutory requirement with the realities of regional supply and ECMC processes. So Mr. Brennan and I pulled a quick survey as well as we could and confirmed that the greater Piceance area boasts a severely limited welder education opportunity. It seems unclear whether Colorado Mesa and Colorado Mountain College have regular welder programs, but of the 9 publicized certification programs in Colorado, only one is found on the West Slope. And while I didn't have sufficient time to run a statistical model to show that these 2 programs based off different population centers versus how many wells are drilled, say in the Piceance versus the Greater Wattenberg, you might agree with me that this would probably show that the number of training programs versus the number of wells and the population centers would show you strained supply of welders in the Piceance. Now, truthfully, TEP may not have seen a supply issue just yet. We could certainly see that a potential for that occurring, and maybe others in the Piceance can already have felt that pinch, as Kirby Nguyen had indicated. Therefore, any requirement above API standards for the actual work being done in the field only exacerbates a potential shortage and therefore can lead to safety concerns that come from overtaxed employees and strained workforces. So to that end, it seems to me that we're all on notice of this problem And the variance process would be kind of a too little too late solution if we had to request for some relief from the 7,000 hour, which seems like we cannot get around. So it seems like some sort of off-ramp type solution should be made available. And it seems like TEP should not speak on its own on behalf of all industry for that purpose, but I think we should be able to collaborate a bit. That how can we get this 7,000 hour requirement? Can it be through X number of welders on staff or a number of wells over a certain amount of time for the year? But knowing that this is a situation where there is some issues with testing, with certification, and at least in the peons, a kind of a upcoming shortage problem, it would behoove us to look at a solution that can balance the statutory need with the realities that are in the field. And with that, I rest unless you have any questions.
Questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jewell.
Thank you.
Let's elevate Mr. Nguyen. I believe he's back in the office. Good afternoon, Mr. Nguyen.
Good afternoon. I apologize for being late to the natural order of things. Yeah, WRLG, just a quick close, not really a rebuttal, but I just really wanted to emphasize the 7,000 hour thing. I think it's going to really overuse the word disproportionately, but it's going to disproportionately impact some of our rural welders out there. We've got a ton of welders out here in a lot of these rural areas. That's like a primary job. They've been doing it their whole lives. They don't necessarily meet that specific criteria under the employer activity, but I just really hope that you figure out a way to either punt including anything about the hours in your final rule until we can get a legislative other fix or something. But I think it's just going to harm our area and some of our really well-paying jobs significantly. These folks aren't going to be able to meet that criteria immediately. And I think it's been reasonably established that for whatever reason, an erroneous 7,000 hour thing was put in place that's not particularly applicable in this case. So that's all I had to say. I really appreciate your time and your attention to all these things during the rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Questions? Seeing none, we'll let you move on. API Colorado, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Only some very brief closing remarks. I think based upon the staff's presentation this morning, there's some potential general agreement on the need or the lack of a need for the definition of a compliance officer. Still some work to be done. There's also, I think, based upon the staff's presentation this morning and the slides they've provided for parties' review, I think there's maybe a conceptual agreement on the need for some changes to the worker certification provisions, proposed rule 602. But we don't see any specific details from staff for perfectly good and reasonable reasons, but would look forward to working with staff and other parties and trying to come up with some mutually acceptable language on what proposed rule 602 might look like in reality. I want to emphasize, of course, that KOGA and API have proposed a detailed red line. We're anxious to get some specific comments back from staff and other parties on what it is we proposed and whether that works. On welding, truly a conundrum for the commission and for industry and for its stakeholders. I can certainly confirm that those provisions were added very late in the process in debate over Senate Bill 181. I'm not sure that those provisions got the kind of review and vetting that the rest of Senate Bill 181 did endure. That having been said, it's clear that the legislation got it wrong on requiring the F-31's worker certification for welders, simply inappropriate. There's also doesn't appear to be a basis that we can identify for a flat across the board 7,000 hour requirement to certify a welder to work in the oil and gas fields on the Western Slope or anywhere else. One option would be for the commission to refer back to 1102D, the existing 1102D, which refers to API's 1104 standard or code for what a welder, the qualifications for a welder, and remind the commission that I believe we said this in our filings, but that 1104 is a 129-page, highly detailed outline of what it takes, what's required to become a welder in the oil and gas field. I think that and perhaps some other alternatives would get at the General Assembly's intent in ensuring rather, the safety of welding in the field, in the oil and gas field. But I think it's important to avoid embedding in the rules a provision that has no basis, in which I think will make it difficult for operators to find certified welders who can work in the field without having to go through a new certification program. But beyond that, another alternative for the Commission's consideration, and I'm looking at my notes that I received just minutes ago, that the American Welding Society has a certified welder program. It's performance-based, depends on basically to reduce things down to their essentials. A welder demonstrating that they can do good welding in a variety of circumstances, and that they endure destructive and non-destructive testing. The American Welding Society also has a certified welder inspector program that looks a lot more like what we see in Senate Bill 181. It provides a range of different minimum education requirements combined with minimum work experience. So for example, someone with a bachelor's or higher degree in welding, they'd require a minimum of 1 year welding-based work experience, and it goes all the way down to someone who has either a high school diploma or 8th grade level of education, or less than 8th grade, and provides corresponding levels of work experience to be certified as a welder by a certified welding inspector. I think there's options out there for the Commission to consider that do get at the General Assembly's intent without embedding in its own rules a 7,000-hour requirement across the board that simply doesn't seem to be applicable or have a strong basis. We're anxious to work with the Commission and staff, try and come up with some solution that it would be acceptable to the Commission and to the other stakeholders. But with that, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Any questions? All right, we'll bring up Julia Ryan, Koga, Westwood Koga.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for the opportunity to return. Can you hear me? You're frozen.
Yes.
Okay, great. I will try to be brief. First, Koga disagrees with Larimer County and does believe SBP language about the rare nature of suspension or amendment of a license is helpful. The language will help provide certainty, regulatory certainty, that is so critical for such a capital-intense industry such as oil and gas. And we also think it's helpful because the Commission has precedent of using similar SBP language in its deliberations when trying to emphasize other enforcement actions or other severe consequences, namely Rule 211. In the recent 211 hearings, more than one commissioner, I believe more than two, if you look at our pre-hearing statement, relied on the SBP language, noting that Rule 211 was to be used rarely, and helping to explain why they did not use it for the full number of wells that the applicant sought closure of. Second, I want to cover where we are aligned with staff's earlier presentation. Staff's presentation states that staff does not object to deleting the definition of compliance officer. Koga would ask that you do that. Staff agrees compliance officer responsibility should be limited to the API and ASME codes that are part of the action rules. Koga would ask that you do that. And staff recognizes the need to improve Rule 602 and has no objection to narrowing the scope from all workers to the statutory categories. Koga would ask that you do all of these things consistent with Koga's red line. Two final points. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to touch on 7,000 hours one last time. And I think it's really remarkable, in fact, that no party to this rulemaking opposes it being removed. There was no rebuttal from any other non-industry parties saying, we think 7,000 needs to be included. Not a single party opposes it being removed, and several affirmatively want it out. The legislature is not a welding expert. The record contains no evidence that 7,000 hours is relevant, but you have heard testimony that 7,000 hours is not required for the relevant ASME and API standards that the ECMC rules reference and the pipe fitters reference. The record also does not show how existing certifications do not protect health and safety with regard to those standards. I believe the testimony shows to the contrary, that the ASME and API standards protect health and safety. And I also agree with Mr. Wynn's comments that it's worth emphasizing that this requirement this is not speculation, but this requirement will hurt workers in disproportionately impacted communities. 7,000 hours is unattainable because that's not how welding certifications work. If we were talking about the heating and ventilation journeyman requirements, on the other hand, sure, you can do 7,000 hours. The final issue I want to comment on is how to determine whether a community is in a disproportionately impacted community. And we recognize that EnviroScreen and the statutory definition are different, but the EnviroScreen map is used to see it qualifies as the statutory definition. So we were pleased to see that staff wasn't saying it had to be required as a rule that you would use the latest map. But if it's optional, then that leaves open the question, well, what tool should or will be used? We must have clarity over what's being used. It should be the same tool from staff and operators. They need to be using the same thing. And if it does change over time, then it does require a rulemaking because it has the force of rule. Thank you for listening to my concluding remarks and available for any questions you have.
Questions for Ms. Ryan? All right, thank you very much for the closing arguments. Mr. Thomas, that covers all closing arguments, is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, commissioners, potential next steps are moving into deliberations. If folks feel like we have a need to receive legal advice, we could do an executive session. I'm, as one commissioner, comfortable moving to deliberations, but what do my fellow commissioners think of next? Oh, and actually, before we do any of that, it might be helpful to get staff back, and we could ask them some questions. In particular, I'd like to ask Mr. Craich about the 7,000 hours thing. So if we could bring up Lauren and the rest of the team real quick, we can have questions for staff, which is normally the course of action here. I just did not get that correct. Mr. Adam Craich, I asked a question about, do you want to provide any additional flavor on the 7,000 hour question?
Yeah, absolutely. So staff took that requirement directly from statute. It's not based on our independent analysis of what's appropriate. And did some research actually over the break there and found that the majority, what I think might have happened, how we ended up in the 7,000 hour requirement is that seems to be pretty common across most ironworking unions that I've researched, actually just across the nation. So I'm, I wasn't involved in the rulemaking process of that, particular bill, but I think that might be how that might have wound up inside of SB 181. It doesn't appear to be, unique to Denver pipe fitters, or they have 31. Questions.
No, I appreciate that. I was involved. I endured 181 quite a bit, and I can speak to the fact that Mr. Martin is right. This language was developed late in the day, if not late in the evening, and did not get much scrutiny at all. It was just, I don't remember exactly how the language came to us, but it came from the pipe fitters, and at least I think that it did, and it didn't receive scrutiny. I mean, no one's in the legislature is going to go look up F31 or 7,000 hours. They just, took the language that was given to them. With that, Adam, can I ask a kind of a follow-up question?
Yep.
How do we deal with welders right now? Like, how does an operator ensure that the welders that work for them are safe or are certified? I mean, does the ECMC do anything with that? Is it operator by operator? is there a formula? Mr. Martin mentioned some API thing, 129 pages of how to become an American welding certified person. Do you have any info on that?
So I don't have, we don't do a whole lot in the realm of currently vetting welders who are doing work on the location. Uh, Really just relying on the non-destructive testing, right? So this is mostly pressure testing, like what's already in the ground, what's already been welded. So really rely on the I guess I'd say pressure testing aspects of, is that pipe going to hold? Is it going to leak? That type of stuff. And that's performed by the operator.
Okay.
So basically, mechanical integrity testing is our means to confirm that.
Not to put a fine tooth comb on it, but I'm going to. Is this a problem that, has presented itself to ECMC, or are we, and this is what I think is the case, just reacting to the legislative mandate of 7,000 hours in worker certification?
Yeah, I mean, there are flow line issues, obviously. We have flow line leaks, we have flow lines, spills that result from, flow line mechanical integrity failures. But nothing that I think would be so severe that would require, commission action to take that. I think this is probably more of a response to, the legislature.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What other questions do we have for staff? Commissioner Messer.
Thanks. And maybe this goes to you, Deputy Director, but anyone could answer it. So my understanding, and maybe even Commissioner Oath, you can help me with this, but my understanding is the maps that CDPHE utilizes to identify disproportionately impacted communities include all the statutory elements associated with disproportionately impacted community definition. And so that's not only EnviroScreen, but it's the other 4 or 5 pieces that make up the definition that create those maps. And so I get confused when people talk about this EnviroScreen 2.0 map. So I'm not even sure that that's a thing. Whereas there is a map of disproportionately impacted communities that bring in all the elements of the statutory definition that help us identify where those may be. Am I right there?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Yes, so CDPHE does publish and maintain 2 maps. One is EnviroScreen, one is what they call the Disproportionately Impacted Community Mapping Tool. And what CDPHE, and that second tool is new as of this past November. So before, all we had to look at was the EnviroScreen map, which does have a layer where you can look at all of the different DI community designations. But in this past November, CDPHE released a new tool that is intended to be the source for basically reflecting the statutory definition. So they instructed us that we should use EnviroScreen for the sort of detailed data and analysis that you can pull from that tool, because it does a lot more than show you just what's a DI community. It's got a ton of data on different exposure factors and things like that. And then the second map is the DI community mapping tool, which is intended to reflect the statute. Those are both created and maintained by CDPHE, and we have pulled over a layer on our COGIS GIS map for ease of operators to look at those maps, but it's not ECMC data, it's not us maintaining it, it's our sister agency.
Sure. So when someone says that they want us to utilize the same maps as Reg 7, that would be that map that you're indicating that utilizes all the elements of the statutory definition, correct?
Not quite, actually. So the statute defining disproportionately impacted community has a provision that says that agencies can tailor which elements of the definition. Like you said, I think there are seven different criteria that can make a community disproportionately impacted. The statute says that basically through rulemaking, an agency can determine that it's going to tailor its definition to only use certain prongs. And that's what APCD did in Reg 7. I believe it excluded the Justice 40 layer and the tribal reservation layer, though I'm definitely not your Reg 7 expert, but they did opt to not include a couple of the prongs of the statutory definition in their regulatory definition.
Okay.
In contrast, the commission in the cumulative impacts rulemaking adopted the statutory definition in full. So the folks who said that our definitions are different are right. But I don't think that's something that we can tackle in this rulemaking today.
No, that's fair. I guess I was under the impression they may be the same, but now I understand that they're not. And so that makes sense. And the map that includes all the elements of the statutory definition that were in your draft rules makes optional. That is to enable that identification of that we're going to apply the statutory definition, but if people want a visual, if they want clarity, they could utilize that, or they could develop their own layers themselves based on the statutory definition if that's something that they want to do, right? But those elements, like you talked about, the tribal elements, it's not just the elements in EnviroScreen. It is like 5 different data sets that are coming in from completely different entities that make up that statutory definition, including census block information, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. And then any perspective, I'm interested in your perspective on this kind of utilization of the term allegation versus determination. And maybe Jeremy, you're the one to answer this one, but I think I've misunderstood it initially. I think now that I'm looking at it again, but what are your thoughts of allegation versus determination, and whether it's appropriate to utilize allegation if there's not a concluded enforcement process versus utilizing something prior to, which would be a final determination?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that. I think they're focused on words that did not carry sort of the same weight they've applied to them. We're okay with shifting determined to allege, just to sort of smooth this over, because it is an allegation by the director sort of early in the process. So we're fine with that revision, but I don't think it had the meaning behind it that people were sort of ascribing to it. So if we want to change it, staff is okay with that.
Okay. I know in action that you've always utilized it as an allegation, at least in my experience. And so,
yeah, practically it has to be, right? It's an NOAV, it's all allegations until it becomes an order. So,
right. Okay. I think that's the only questions I have right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Oath?
Thanks. I think my only question left is also an enforcement question. So in 525 D4, there was some discussion about that language about being able to look back at previous violations related to the effective date of the legislation. And then there was some party proposals to sort of limit the period of time that the look back is allowed. Like how far back are we going to look? And so would like your response to that.
yeah, staff opposes any sort of limitation on the look back period. Of course, we're going to use the discretion to review previous orders and figure out which apply and which don't. and present that information to a hearing officer of the commission. And ultimately, it's up to them to decide whether we've sort of met that burden. Yeah, if you go back 50 years, the rules were completely different, but there's been rules that have existed for 30 years that could establish a pattern if you were so inclined. So we oppose that. We, think it's appropriate to just make the case, and the hearing officer, agrees with your allegation or not, without any sort of arbitrary deadline assigned to it. So.
Okay, thanks.
If I may, Commissioner Oath, there was a related point that we wanted to clear up regarding the use of that, I believe it was May 16th date in the rule, caused some confusion for folks. So we wanted to make it clear that staff was parroting the statutory language there, but our intent is that, we understand that statutory language to say that staff can use evidence of prior adjudicated violations irrespective of the date. So we actually, I over the break put together just a quick slide with language. So if this is helpful, so this would be basically taking out that last clause with the May 16th date and just changing it to the commission may consider as evidence any violation confirmed by the commission order through an AOC or OFV.
And then
That's really helpful and clean. Thank you.
Yeah, and then Ms. Mercer-Gelman, this obviously allows staff, allows the hearing officer, and allows us the discretion on balancing a potential AOC or OFV, just like we balance the credibility of witnesses. We may find several of them are so far outdated that they really are not relevant. We may find some that are very relevant, even if they're kind of older. It just is going to be a case-by-case basis. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's exactly our intention. And if the commission thinks it would be helpful to specify that in the SBP, we'd be happy to draft some language to that effect.
I, as one commissioner, would like to see that in the SBP. I think that's really helpful. It also will, I hope, de-elevate some of the consternation from some of the industry folks about what's being used, et cetera. So I think that's great. Thanks for putting that together.
Thank you.
Other questions for our panel of staff subject matter experts? All right. Well, you guys can go back doing what you were doing and listening in to the work that we're doing here. Commissioners, with that, I believe we've heard the cases in chief. Any rebuttal, any closing? We've had questions from to staff. I think next up is deliberations amongst ourselves. I'm happy to start, and I'm kind of a little bit all over the place. And I'm not going to touch on everything because I don't have great notes. And then just, I don't know, if somebody's keeping score here, Mr. Thomas, I think what we probably need to try to do is gather perspectives of commissioners on the various points. And what we may end up doing is providing this guidance to staff so that they can then create one final red line and then bring it back to us for us to take a look at it. Otherwise, we're drafting on the fly this afternoon. And while we've been under a mandate to get this done since 2019, another day or another week is not going to really create problems, and it might make it cleaner for us at the end. So with that, I'm comfortable with the allegations rather than determinations. I believe the operator should keep the records on that issue. I'm not necessarily inclined to go with the Larimer additional factor. I don't know if it's in the scope, but even if it's not in the scope, I don't think that's what we were supposed to do. This is a statutory alignment rulemaking. I don't like the inclusion of the rare and extraordinary language as requested by KOGA. And then I actually have a screen to share as well. Let's see if I can do that. Oh goodness, which one is it? All right. I worked on this a little bit. This is a red line of some other folks' red line. This has to do with the worker certification, training, and certification requirements. This language here, I struck the definition of compliance officer, so it's not in there anymore. I brought in a definition of compliance officers, but it's only with regard to OSHA and the API and American Society of Mechanical Engineer standards that are referenced in our rules. It removes the all other rules, compliance officers for all other rules and regulations, which was in the Straw Dog draft. I don't believe that's necessary. Operators need to comply with all of our rules and regulations, irrespective of whether a compliance officer is involved or not. And I believe that this rulemaking is pretty narrow in scope, and we should just be turning back to the language of the statute, which I have had in front of me all morning long. And then here, I tried to rework this knowledge of the Commission's 1100 series flow-line rules. Here's the minimum of 7,000 hours documented on the job training or be supervised. I'll get to that in a second. And then here is the, oh, I got a typo. Here is the two exams that the pipe fitters provided to us in their comments. I believe Lauren will want us to put in an incorporation by reference language here, which we can do in a bit. On the 7,000 hours, I'm really caught in a conundrum on this as well, as Mr. Martin's term. It's in the statute. And I find it easier to discount the F-31 because that's just wholly inappropriate. The 7,000 hours, on the other hand, as we've heard from Mr. Craich, is something that is a known thing within welding and within other unions, et cetera. And with that being in the statute and that, I have difficulty just discounting it altogether. I do have a couple of random thoughts on how to maybe make this more workable, given that we don't really have a welding like a problem that we're trying to fix. We're just trying to follow the statute. One thing we could do is we could leave it in here and we could make this provision, the 7,000 hours, applicable after July 1 of 2026. That gives operators, that gives the legislature a chance to fix this issue if it needs to be fixed during next year's session. I don't think that's necessarily something that we need to go run and fix. And if they don't fix it, then it just becomes applicable. So that's one thought I throw out there. Another thought that I throw out there is, and I don't know how to do this, but could the 7,000 hours be applicable, starting, I guess maybe starting now or maybe starting July 1 of 2026, but it's only applicable to welders that are not already certified, like the new ones or the new folks that are coming in and doing operations. And then that sort of grandfathers in the welders that are on site, that are on the west slope, et cetera. That's another supposal. Suppose we do it that way. And so those I think are my initial deliberative thoughts. And so I'm stopping my share. And again, I kind of was all over the place, and I hope somebody's keeping score, Elias. But I'm not wedded tightly to a lot of this. I think staff did a phenomenal job with the straw dog. I really appreciate what we've heard from, our various stakeholders. I think everybody brings some good merit to the play. And yeah, I hope that we can get to a place where we're all comfortable and we are creating an implementable new statutory protocol. Who's next? Commissioner Cross, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll at least provide some initial deliberative thoughts kind of based off of what you just provided, because I think I'm in large part in complete agreement. I think the one thing that I would point out that I wouldn't say I disagree with you on, but I thought was an interesting and perhaps I think it ships passing in the night a little bit, is with respect to the keeping of the documents. And I think that part of it is I'm not sure I really care who keeps the documents or know if we even need to be saying you have to keep the documents as long as the operators understand they're responsible, that if we say we need documentation of certifications, whether it's they have the documents already or they go to their contractors, they provide the documentation. Whether that's kept by the contractors, whether that's kept by the operators, I'm not sure is honestly really relevant or needs to be put in regulation. Again, I think it's more so the idea that they being the operator provide the information requested if requested. And so I think that, again, not that I necessarily disagree with you. I just wonder if it's almost kind of talking past each other a little bit here. But I think with respect to some of your other points there, I agree. I think as Mr. Farron indicated, the allegations versus determination, I think that I'm fine with the switch to the allegations. I agree. I appreciate Laramie County's and Earthworks proposal to add that aggravating factor. And I think it's something that I'm not against. I think it's something that with the necessary parameters, I think is something that could be helpful. And I think it's something that could probably be taken into account to a certain extent with respect to the cooperative aggravating factor that's already in there. This is something that's ultimately a discretionary thing for the enforcement staff to look at, for the director to look at. And so I think if they're not providing, they again being the operator, if they're not providing the necessary information to people nearby, that's going to be noteworthy in the same way that if they're going out and trying to help people that may be affected nearby, that's going to be noteworthy in terms of a mitigating factor. But in terms of actually putting it into the regulations, especially given that it was not something that was part of kind of codifying statutory changes, I don't think that that's something that we need to address in this rulemaking. I agree with you about getting rid of the compliance officer definition. I think trying to keep it limited in scope so that the compliance officer specifically refers to OSHA, which is an OSHA term, as long as it refers to the API and ASME issues, I think is something that's a lot different than trying to define compliance officers, making it too broad, trying to apply it to a broader group of workers. And I agree with you on the 7,000 hours as well. It is something that it reminds me a little bit of the conundrum we had with the produced water and the no new centralized EMP waste facilities. I think it's something that is potentially not consistent with what the policy goals were with the produced water statutory language, but it also is in language. And so I face a similar conundrum of I'm not sure if the 7,000 hours was meant to be related to the F-31, as that's apparently something that's required for the F-31. If it's something separate, because it appears it may be something separate, as Mr. Craig said, it appears that it's something used by unions in other situations as well. And so it's unclear. I'm tempted to go with the 7,000 hours because as a regulatory agency, we're also required to follow what the legislature tells us to do. And so I think the fact that it's in there and without it clearly being something that is tied to the F-31 versus something that is separate from the F-31, I think it's something that we likely have to include in there. And so I do appreciate the ideas of either changing the effective date or changing it for new certifications. I wonder if some sort of combination of those two, that if we put, even if current certifications had to show those hours within the next year or two as well, likely a lot of the people that are already certified would have at least a good chunk of those hours, one would hope. And if they could provide additional information showing the 7,000 hours within the next year or two, that could be another possibility as well to kind of combine those two options. But I do think overall I'm largely in agreement with the things that she presented.
Thanks, Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Messner, or Commissioner Oath, I'll let you fight for it.
No, sorry, I forgot that Commissioner Messner was already in line. I will go after
Go
him.
ahead. Look at me. I'll go quick. I think staff did a really good job on the draft rules, and I'm not really interested in changing very much. I think Chair Robbins, you brought some good things forward. I don't know as I have real heartburn with any of them. I think your suggestions around the um, worker certification and compliance officer and that whole element, I think is good. I think the 7,000 hour thing, I think it is a statutory requirement, regardless of how it got into statute. I do think that it is reasonable, and it was interesting hearing Mr. Krish indicate that there are a number of requirements within welding jobs that require something similar to 7,000 hours, and there's a reason for that. But I do think that some combination of education and experience, or some language that would indicate some combination of education and experience, should be able to get almost any welder to 7,000 hours. And so, um, you know, I appreciate the concept of more rural workers having a lot of experience on farms and ranches welding. I've got a lot of experience on farms and ranches welding. I do not want to be welding flow lines, I can tell you that. And so I do think that certification is important, and that experience in the field and the certifications that were recommended by Koga. I think these are all good things, right? And so some combination of these things makes sense in order to be able to allow these workers get to that 7,000 hours. And I think the unions ultimately have an opportunity to help with this situation as well and be able to provide opportunities for training and for experience to be able to get their membership to where they need to be in these areas. And so I think you're right with the 7,000 hours. I'm not opposed to not having it apply till July 1st of 2026. But I also have no problem. I think it's reasonable with the right parameters of education and experience that would allow most existing workers to be able to meet that requirement. I'm no on rare. I'm no on substantial evidence. I do think in Rule 525C3, there's already aggregating factors as well as mitigating factors. I think all that is being asked for there is to include the term impacted party. That makes sense to me. We utilize impacted party in other places as well. And so I don't have an issue with that. I think the Form 1B and the requirement for annual updating of licensees, Secretary of State stuff, that all makes sense to me. I think that might be it for me.
Yeah, I'm good on the Form 1B annual thing as well. Thanks for bringing that one up. I forgot about that one. Commissioner Oath.
Yeah, thanks. And I too probably won't hit on all of the issues, but we'll go through a few highlights and appreciate all of you kicking this off, and also would echo the comments that I think staff did a really nice job, both on the initial proposed rule as well as particularly a number of responses to some of the suggested changes and improvements that had been raised through the course of the hearing, responding to those today in the opening presentation. I think there was a lot of good things that came out through the process, and appreciate all of the hard work on that. So in terms of some of those items, I would just note I am largely in favor of the changes that the staff has brought forward today, and one with starting on the topic of EnviroScreen and some concerns raised there by the parties. I really appreciate what staff put forward in their slide this morning about some revised statement of basis and purpose language for clarification. I thought that made sense, and I'm supportive of that. I am supportive of keeping as proposed the application of the licensing requirements to gas processing facilities and others. I think that is appropriate. I agree with all of you that we should not adopt statement of basis and purpose language that suspending a license authority should be done only rarely. I mean, I think my expectation is that it would be applied rarely because I would expect that operators will not engage in the type of behavior that would, bring us to that type of significant action, and certainly would expect that and hope that. But I do not think that we should impose limitations on our ability to exercise that tool when it's appropriate. So I am in agreement with all of you on that. With respect to the proposal to add in the aggravating factors, communication or non-communication with impacted parties, I too am intrigued by this comment and this proposal. I understand that there might be some reservations about, to what extent or when would that be applied as an aggravating factor. I do trust that staff would apply that appropriately, that it would be in cases where there really is kind of a marked failure to communicate with impacted parties when it clearly would be beneficial and appropriate to do so. And so I would be supportive of that. I agree with the language proposed by staff for 525D4 to just clarify and really make clean about the ability to look back at previous violations, but agree that we should not constrain how far back we are allowed to look, but we will apply it as appropriate. In terms of worker certification, I thought, Mr. Chair, what you put forward on your screen share made a lot of sense to me. So agree with deleting the definition of compliance officer, but adding some of the additional language, et cetera. And with the 7,000 hours of training topic, I mean, I think the arguments in this hearing to me are things that were policy arguments that belong in the discussion with the legislature, either at the time of adopting this requirement or following this hearing about whether or not it should be kept. To me, looking at it as it stands now, it does seem clear that there seems to have been an intent to add both a certification requirement, and that was, Form 31 may have been a mistake about how you do that, but it was clear that there was a requirement for that, as well as some amount of on-the-job training or experience. And so I don't think it's a question for us about what is the number of hours that is or is not reasonable or burdensome in this field. And so I think that makes sense to keep. I could get on board with a delayed effective date, to the extent that there are questions about whether or not it was something that the legislature would like to keep. But I would also be comfortable moving forward. And that's all I have.
Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for allowing me to go last. As everyone else was going, I was going through all my notes and ticking off things that I've stated. It sounds like there's some relatively clear consensus here. I'm not going to go through that list just to make it easier on staff for reviewing this, but I do particularly agree, Mr. Chair, with your comments that you set forth. And really the only comments I have left that I wanted to make are also associated with the worker certification and the International Code Council exam F31, as well as the 7,000 hours, just to add a little more color to the record there. Both of those items, as has been stated, are included in statute. I am strongly opposed to contravening statute as a second guess to the legislature's intent. It can be argued, and it has been in this hearing, that a reference to in the statute to this specific exam may have been an error, but as Commissioner Oath stated, the intent is clear that certification was intended here. That was clearly the intent of the legislature. We likely need some further discussion or clarification on that specific point. If it's true that that exam was unfortunately included in legislation as the appropriate standard, and as the chair mentioned, this was a late breaking inclusion, it sounds like. It's still, unfortunately to me, disappointing that it ended up in statute, and hope that in the future, as groups are watching these late breaking language inclusions, that those that are familiar with each exam will be able to opine on those. I'm certainly acutely aware of the need for significant expertise and safety for these critical workers in the oil field, and I am also inclined not to include this requirement in regulation pending further discussion. And Mr. Chair, while my glimpse at your language on this point was too brief for a lot of circumspection, I believe your proposed solution is workable for me. On the 7,000 hours, again, also in statute, and we have flat out not been given leeway to determine the number of hours required for training. As I mentioned, I'm acutely aware of the need for significant expertise and safety for these workers, and my research shows that the 7,000 hour requirement is not explicitly part of the F-31 exam in any way. It's not required as a prerequisite for taking the exam, nor is it a requirement for successful completion and certification of the F-31 exam. As was noted, Denver does separately require the F-31 and 7,000 hours for certification for welders in that industry. Staff testimony is that 7,000 hours is a common standard for industrial welders. The statutory intent with both the F-31 and the 7,000 hours is specifically to ensure the quality of work and the safety for workers and for others on site. Sounds like 7,000 hours has been accepted as an appropriate level for training for human safety related welding work. And I don't think it's unreasonable to have significant experience required in this critical field where that work is so critical to the safety of workers and the public. So I think certainly can be argued that the F-31 test may be the wrong certification for the workers and require some further discussion. A policy mandate from the legislature of 7,000 hours of training is different. Even if it stood on its own, unique to this legislation, it is what was mandated by the legislature and codified in statute. I don't think that that requirement is part of the F-31 tree, as I've stated, but it's rather a standard that's previously been recognized and specifically mandated by the legislature. I don't see an appropriate avenue to delay its inclusion or to contravene the statute. That said, I think it's our duty to implement the statutory requirements that can be implemented in as timely a manner as we can. And to me, that exception exists if there is a clear error, but not for other policy-based or arguably policy-based legislative decisions. So I certainly am also inclined to include this requirement in the regulation as required by statute. I also, for the record, concur with the other statements that have been made by the commissioners before me. I believe there was consensus on all of the items. I'm happy to elaborate further if there is some question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we've had everybody sort of bring in their different pieces. Hearings Manager Thomas is keeping score. I think in my mind, two things remain that we need, or three things. One, are the four of you comfortable? And I know I screen shared pretty quickly. The screen share on the compliance officer, I narrowed it away from a compliance officer from all rules and regulations, and instead it is in alignment with SB 181. Does anyone have, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Is everyone comfortable with that approach? All right, I'm seeing nodding of heads up and down. The second point, I believe we've not reached consensus on the Larimer County proposal. I believe my initial thoughts on it were it's a little bit outside the scope, and I don't know that it's necessary. I think Commissioner Cross was kind of in that camp. And Commissioner Messner and Oath, I think I heard you kind of in the other camp, but I don't think anybody's really wed to one thing or another. And then Commissioner Ackerman, I don't think we heard from you on that.
Thanks. I appreciate that. That was ticked in my notes and I missed it going through. And I also, while the concept itself, I understand it, and I understand that we don't want significant impacts, to go unaddressed. I do have a bit of a concern with the inclusion of that language. I also think that it's a bit outside of our rulemaking here. That said, I know an argument can be made that it is loosely tied to the rulemaking and therefore could be included. I do think that it wasn't the intent of the scope of the rulemaking. But beyond that, I do have my concern really rests upon the fact that the inclusion of the aggravators in the statute right now are things within our control or within the state's control. and opening it up to other impacted parties, to me, needs a lot more further discussion to understand what that means, what an impacted party is. And I recognize that we do use that term in other places, but I would need to understand further the rigor with which an impacted party could raise a concern that would then be used as an aggravated factor. Would it be always used if there was a recorded complaint? Right. I just think it needs a lot more discussion before inclusion. I'm not comfortable with really understanding what the implications of inclusion of that, particularly the word impacted party, the phrase impacted party would have with determining aggregating causes. So that's my roundabout way, Mr. Chair, of saying I'm not in favor of including that language at this point in time.
Yeah, Commissioner Messner, go ahead.
Yeah, I just thanks, Commissioner Ackerman. I do want to just identify that that there's a mitigating factor that includes impacted persons in the same rule. And so this is just an aggregating factor. And so so it seems ironic to me that we're allowing mitigation associated with impacted parties, but not aggravating circumstances associated with impacted parties. And so that's ultimately where, just from a logical standpoint, that makes sense to me since it's the yin and the yang, right? And so I think it gets applied the same way, whether you're mitigating or whether you're aggravating. And so that's really where I landed on that one. I think it's in the scope because we're already addressing that rule. But I just wanted to clarify where I was landing there.
Thanks, Commissioner Messner. Commissioner Ackerman and then Commissioner Cross.
Yeah, thanks. And I really appreciate that clarification and understand that argument. My point of view is that when we included it in the mitigating factor, did we implicitly intend to include it in any other factor going forward? Is it more appropriate to include it in both or neither? And so I do think there's just some question that as we kind of extrapolate that term into other uses, that would require some further discussion.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you. And Commissioner Messner, I agree with you. And I think this is the reason it was something that I was not against the idea. And then I was kind of leaning towards the fact that it wasn't part of what was initially our scope of our rulemaking. I think what sticks out to me with your point is when you look at 525 now, it specifically talks about as a mitigating factor, is the operator, like if it's a spill, is the operator working efficiently to try and clean it up? Are they, if it's impacting and the Gallatin incident comes to mind, are they trying to make sure that they're paying to clean the school nearby? Are they trying to make sure that people are housed and they're paying for it? And so as a mitigating factor, are they doing steps to assist those impacted parties? Whereas, especially, and part of the reason I was hung up a little bit by the communication aspect that was brought up by Larimer County is if you're talking about impacted parties there, if you're being communicative or cooperative with them, what does that entail? If somebody's saying, I have questions, what is X, Y, and Z, and I want to know this, but it's something that is not public information, they don't have the information to, is it then, well, they haven't provided us what we've asked, and so therefore we urge you to add extra things because they're not being cooperative to us, even though it might not be somebody that is normally provided the requisite notification to. So we have requirements for local governments, we have requirements for surface owners, we have requirements for different agencies, et cetera. And I'm not against, and I think it's something that's good for the operators if something happens to say, hey, you're nearby, here's what's going on. But is it something that we want to add aggravating factors to if it's not something that's required and somebody's upset that they're not being told everything that they want to know, even if it's maybe something that's not known yet. And that's where I think it is a little bit different in terms of helping somebody that may be impacted versus providing information to somebody or not providing information to somebody that might be impacted.
Others with additional deliberative thoughts on this point? Commissioner Oath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just listening to the conversation and appreciating everyone's thoughts. I mean, it seems that even for those who maybe are not ready to move forward with adoption of this particular language right now without some additional discussion, it does seem like there's some interest in exploring this concept in the future. So I would like to propose is, including some statement and basis and purpose language around, that this issue was raised, that commissioners, didn't feel that it was appropriate to adopt at this time without additional development of the concept and discussion of the concept. But, would like to explore that in the future.
I like that approach, and I'm in agreement with what you're saying in terms of I too could see this as being helpful and useful. I just think it needs to be vetted out a little bit more. So I like that. Does anybody have a problem with the SBP approach? Knowing that two of you would still vote in favor today. So, okay, so I think we've got consensus on that point. The last point that I would raise, and then I'm going to ask AG Davenport and also Deputy Director Lauren Mercer-Gelman for thoughts. But the last point is the 7,000 hours. So I think I'm seeing that there's comfort level in imposing the 7,000 hours. I had advanced the notion of making it effective after the next legislative session, which gives some opportunities for folks to go seek better direction from the legislature. I still kind of like that idea, but if we don't have the votes for that and we're doing 7,000 right now, what I would want to explore is what do we do with a whole bevy of welders who are meet the requirements, who are safe, but haven't necessarily been documenting the number of hours. Like, I don't want to end up. So first off, we have a problem already on the West Slope that was testified to, and I don't think anybody disagreed that we don't have enough welders or enough schools in the West Slope to qualify welders. But and so that's a problem that I think we need to address. And I guess what I'm thinking is I think we need some off ramps. It's 7,000 hours or something that's equivalent to ensure safe welding, et cetera. And then that last point, which was my first point, is I don't want to lose a whole bunch of welders who may have not been documenting their hours. You asked me to go find my 7,000 hours for my law degree, and I'd be hard pressed to be able to find that. And so I'm just thinking of unintended consequences of just sort of flatly laying down 7,000. And I think if we lay down 7,000, but then also lay down some things that are equivalent to ensuring safe welding, I don't think that's inconsistent with the language of the statute. So those are my random thoughts on what I think is sort of the last issue before us. Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. This is why I was recommending language that included, education or experience. Because right now you just pulled the statute, right? And the statute is, well, I mean, it's a little vague as well, but it doesn't clearly line out education or experience. I think education or experience, I think it allows those workers to be able to provide, I don't know what the right term would be, but like affidavits that they've got that level of experience if they're an existing worker, right? And if they've been working in the field for 3.5 years, they clearly have it just from an experience level. If they've got 2 years of trade school and they've been working in the field for a year and a half, then they've got the experience, right? If they've apprenticed for a year, they've got 2 years of trade school, and then they're in the field for half a year, they've got the experience. I mean, I think there's different ways that you can get there. And I think allowing those companies and workers to be able to kind of provide a self affidavit initially on the level of experience that they have, and then be able to build out in partnership with the unions and trade schools and trade organizations, more clarity on how we would document that certification moving forward may make some sense. But that's
Yeah.
kind of my initial thoughts.
I like that. And again, where we started this was we were going to put together our things in Elias's laptop, and then staff was going to create an additional red line and then turn that back to us ahead of the next hearing. Just procedurally, I'm going to suggest staff turn that red line by noon on September 2nd. September 1st is a holiday, and then we would take this matter up on September 3rd. And I think all five of us can, look at a pretty artfully done red line between noon and the end of the day on Tuesday. With that in mind, AAG, or no, you're not an AAG anymore. You're a deputy director. Deputy Director Lauren Mercer-Gelman. You've heard some musings about this topic. Do you have enough to work with your team on this? And I also wonder if it's acceptable or appropriate, AG Davenport, if I call out to the trades who really sort of didn't create this issue, they noticed the issue and they tried to be artful and helpful. But perhaps if we could get the trades to reach out to our subject matter team to help with the right language approach on this. So first off, AG Davenport, is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay. Then API and Koga and Westlope Koga, if you want to, you're instructed to reach out to our team over the next day or so, or rest of the week or whatever it is, to help with this topic. And now AG or Deputy Director Mercer-Gelman, is this all clear as mud, or are you comfortable that you and your team can put together a revised red line in concert with the musings from the commissioners?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is clear. What I'm hearing specifically on the 7,000 hours is, and of course we'll wordsmith and play with this, but drafting a requirement that's something like 7,000 hours or equivalent training and experience. And then I would really, as you said, appreciate input from the trades and the industry representatives who have been here today on how we should be determining what is equivalent training or experience.
Yeah, I agree. Now, one other thing, and this is just me talking, but I'd like my fellow commissioners to weigh in. I don't necessarily want us to use the variance approach to the 7,000. That's five difficult criteria to meet, and I think this should be something that's a little more subjective, but something that can be determined. I'm also happy for it to be a director determination. I don't it doesn't need to come back to us. Those are my musings on those last two topics. Thoughts from other folks on that? Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Ackerman.
Yeah, I would hope that at least in the statement of basis and purpose, rather than that it talk a little more in detail about what the other relevant experience may be. Like a combination of education and experience, I think is important. I think understanding that, trade schools and apprenticeships, offer a level of experience. I think having some clarity in that statement of basis and purpose, if not explicitly in the rule, is important. And I would also ask that the unions chime in on this as well, and not just the trade groups, because I think that ends up being an important piece of this as well.
Agreed. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I was going to make a similar comment, and I do lean towards inclusion of criteria in the rules themselves. There can be some further elaboration in the statement and basis and purpose, but I think that inclusion in the rules itself will then allow the director to make a determination as to whether or not there's some question, and we can take that up in a different way. But I say put it in the rules.
Anyone else on this last topic? Commissioner Ackerman?
I'm sorry, not on this topic.
Let's close out this topic and then we'll go to you for the next topic. All right, it looks like it's closed. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks. Mine's just an administrative point for Deputy Director Mercer-Gelman. And I know in the past when we've been in these types of situations, staff's been able to put, are you there with me, Deputy Director? Sorry about that. Thank you. I know in the past staff's been able to put together kind of a blue line of the red line and then a clean red line. I find that particularly helpful and just wanted to throw that out there to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll follow that same process.
And along the same lines, is the deadline of the 2nd at noon something that's doable for your team?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's doable for us.
Great. Anything further from anyone? AG Davenport, quick question for you. Since we're having the trades reach out to staff and or the unions, probably don't want to close the record. Is that accurate?
That's why I was popping up. Yes, Chair.
Every now and then I can read your mind. All right, then, unless someone's got anything else, I think that I can move that we continue this rulemaking to September 3rd on our business agenda, which starts at 9 a.m.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
just clarify, I'd just like to run through my notes or have Mr. Thomas do so. His notes could be better than mine to ensure we've got all of the feedback from the commission that you would like reflected in the blue line of the red line, to use Commissioner Ackerman's phrase.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably wise. I also, the self-evident point, if we didn't talk about something, then we leave it at how staff has it drafted, right?
Thank you. Great. That was my understanding too. Thanks for clarifying that. So my notes are that first, as to worker certification, we are going to delete the compliance officer definition and add the language from the red line that you screen shared, Chair Robbins. And if you could share that with staff, that would be great. We are going to limit the requirement of certifications to the 4 categories of workers listed in SB 181. We are going to follow your red line for replacing the F31 exam with the applicable certifications identified by the Pipe Fitters Union and add the APA incorporation by reference language. As far as welders go, we are going to modify the 7,000 hour requirement to add something like equivalent training, education, and experience, build out in the rule, and probably add further explanation in the SBP on what that means and how that will be determined. So that was what I had on worker certification. Before I move on from there, I guess commissioners and or hearings manager Thomas, were there items that I missed on worker certification? Okay, guess we've got it. That's great. As far as enforcement,
One moment.
sorry.
I just wanted to double check where we were with respect to the keeping documents versus just providing documentation. I forgot to bring that before.
So the draft rules just specify that the operator must provide the documentations and not who has to maintain them. So my understanding is that would stay as is unless instructed differently. Is that correct?
You good with that, Cross?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So for enforcement, Rule 525D with respect to NOAVs and the May 16th date that confused folks. We have instructions to replace it with the language that we screen shared and add explanation to the SBP explaining that the commission will, of course, assess and weigh the validity or relevance of prior violations, considering how old they are, how relevant they are to the alleged violation, and things like that. We also have those 2 places identified in Koga's red line where we'll change the word determines to alleges. We will add language to the statement and basis and purpose regarding the need to further explore the idea put forward by Larimer County on the aggravating factor. And that is all that I had on enforcement, unless there's something missing. Okay, great. And then the last point was related to EnviroScreen to revise the SBP in alignment with the language in staff's presentation. So if that captures it, we've got what we need, and we'll be looking forward to getting a revised red line to the commission and the parties by noon on Tuesday.
Very good. Are we missing anything else? There's a motion to continue to 9/3 at 9 a.m. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you to staff one more time for excellent work here. I appreciate the parties' involvement. I think we have, for the most part, found a good consensus path forward, and we'll look forward to looking at that on September 2nd in the afternoon, and we will see everybody back here on September 3rd. We're adjourned.